to the integral stage and to our first community-generated discussion / debate. Our guests are Matt Segal, a well-known YouTuber, a Whiteheadian scholar, and a professor at the California Institute of Integral Studies, and David Long, also a well-known integral YouTuber, a musician, and recently the launcher of the Integral 2.0 project. And it was his launching of that project, in fact, that led us to this point, to this
By the way, to anyone that does watch this video, there was actually a conversation, not a debate, that I believe is on somebody else's channel that was posted, or I think it was posted on the 14th. Maybe it was a few days earlier, but it was a fairly recent discussion that Matt had, and I didn't catch the guy's name, and I can't find it on Matt's channel. But it was really well thought out in terms of the talking about categories, process ontology of the mind, an interpretation such that the artist was in a way practicing a process ontology. And so in my comments here in this video, I mention the phenomenological interpretation of a piece of art, and then I kind of wash a wave over that shoreline, such that the artist is utilizing metaphysic of interpretation themselves in order to disjunct the idea that the author of a song, or in this case a painting, has a monopoly on interpretation of that particular piece. They don't. Authorial intent falls to the wayside, but there is a certain concavity that has meaning, like this particular painting, not to use a metaphor, but the concavity of this particular painting insinuates something to my next door neighbor through the wall, but not necessarily. Meaning it might necessarily, for him, it might even necessarily have something to say about all things in that direction. I don't know the manner or the depth of one's subconscious's ability, or their mind, their biological evolutionary mind's ability to run right into one's theological domain and echo domain from the concavity or convexity of one's painting. Now, the actuality of the painting is flat. I'm painting it with a concavity because the concave denotes or delimits an approximation towards a category. And so the extraneous category, the things this painting is not, become quite clear, and then the relationship or the echo of that, this concavity's relationship to my being as I use modern technology to distribute such a production of this kind of painting, right, has me wanting to talk about this bifurcation between the actual and the real. And I actually wanted to bring up this notion that scientism is kind of a pejorative against this notion that the real world is merely a constructed state, meaning our meta or metaphysic of what the real world includes endurance, and hence it includes endurance-isms. And by endurance-ism, I mean to kind of shatter the idea that one's mentally held categorical concept of science as kind of an epi layer upon the notion of what science is. Like the duration of a leaf is a type of ongoing normative, and that we recognize these normatives and the continuance of the birth of a leaf or the birth of an animal or the endurance of an organism be denoted, noted, indexed, and that science is based on that kind of awareness, not this notion of the world as an entirely destructured, defounded, collapsing wave of mutability. It's not that. The real world has a type of, if I was taking it to a polar extreme, I might call it the uniformity of nature. But that kind of gets away from the idea of cessationism in biblical terms, or where God comes in as a miracle, right? But it moves the miracle more into the evolved biology of my mind that would yield such a painting. Meaning, how is it that I am wired as part of the community, but becoming prolificated, such as the word of the philosophers, the consideration of the philosophers, right? Upon a data set where the philosophers seem incapable of finding a certain aspect recognition difference. And so I think the concavity of the process ontologist, aka Matt, is actually a limit to his kind of crossing through the intersection of the domains into the exteriority, such where one's pattern recognition is then applied in the real world as ontologically informative. This would take a type of grander or different, or I want to say a possessed interpretability via some download, some Philip K. Dick Valus, something not uncommon or unknown to me in some regard. But I do like the idea of the decentering of an exactitude as to what God is. And instead of talking about the mountain to climb, that Nietzsche's thus spoke Zarathustra descended, he speaks of a shoreline that is so different and vast that there's too many meanings, too many interpretations, right? But it's that extraneous category upon any category that makes you wonder what the limits of said category are. So when I challenge Matt to recognize that his own academia, the same thorn that's stuck in my side with the arrogance of Corey Anton coming onto the scene, declaring almost demandingly, questioningly, this idea of a greater intelligence. Because Matt considers this greater intelligence, they run roughshod. But it was Anton's atheism, or the notion that humans as an apex predator have actually produced, or if you like the sci-fi version of when radio waves start escaping our atmosphere and hence letting other alien entities or knowledge sets or beings become informed of the complexity of the human technology as information, and hence decided to investigate. And You might even say Area 51 is a crash land. I'm not arguing that as a fact or a non-fact. I'm just saying the idea of aliens being eschewed as a like type of God, it seems arrogant upon Corey Anton's face, the egg of the matter. And this seems also to not just be a psychological paralleling of one's asking a theological question, or Matt's argumentation about the evolutionary biological growth over the genome's data set, if you will, a type of meat pack that is our bodies, or our brains more specifically, that allows that to be part of the co-evolutionary development of the mind, because then Matt is he's not allowing himself at this point to conflate the mind with the universe, right, as an indicator of said universe. And he claims he's not a perennialist by virtue of walking to the shoreline, by seeing many, many different interpretations. So he is aware of that. And I imagine as a profession, certain accolades or postures or positive descriptions of Matt's demeanor and his presence and the means in which he is able to speak is good for him as a career philosopher. But it doesn't make him an ally for experiencers, right? I kind of call myself an experiencer. Philip K. Dick as an experiencer. Anyone that claims abduction. Not that I'm claiming abduction, I might be claiming psychological abduction at one time, and even ongoingly. And it's not merely because I'm some wired android. But I'm not saying that I'm not that either. It just makes me wonder what kind of peculiar esoteric brand I am and other artists are relative to and in contrast from those who articulate with texts and words that which supposedly they're unable to move and groove and jive with a pencil and a brush to develop and manifest, right? And words are their own art form. I like good poetry, and I love great statements. The idea of exactitude, like that the West attempts a type of exactitude upon categories. Science attempts to approximate an exactitude upon categories, where mathematics itself reigns on a tautology, a paradoxical tautology. So to speak about the manifestation of manifest destiny, or the trapper and hunter and killer and rounder and enslaver mentality that came along with colonialism, if you believe that particular history, which there's very good reason for me to not doubt it, as opposed to the ex nihilo, I appear in the world and the world is mine sort of, not a Siddharthian interpretation, but kind of like the idea of the solipsistic living world, where Matt is arguing that of panpsychism, and I'm busy associating this adjunct interpretation of the pan as being a satyr. And the satyr is that who is the wick, and those of the wick smoke the wick, burn, sit around campfires, discuss things. And now they sit around the internet, networking, and discussing things. So anyway, these guys are trying to move, oddly enough, they're going to try to have two triads after another discussion. And they both are bringing somebody on board their discussion, but they could have, one of them should have said, oh, we should just make it a quad.
Hello, Moto.
Anyway, time to start the video. Yo, you're live on Candid Camera. I'm videotaping. What's that?
Said, who cares? What's up?
Oh, well, I was just, I was rambling a little bit about Thou Art That Matt's discussion with this philosopher, and the guy seemed really great, and they seemed as if they were familiar with each other's work, and so I was somewhat pontificating out loud a position that I didn't hear them articulate about endurance, or endurancism, as I call it. They preferenced perspectivism, as if they were not able to find this aspect in the real world that endures. And so anyway, that's kind of what I was on about. And now I'm getting ready to paint.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just driving home from work, and I feel pretty good right now.
Well, why do you feel good? What do you have to feel good about?
What am I, what?
I said, what do you have to feel good about?
I don't know, man. I have no control over my emotions. I just feel good right now.
Well,
This
good.
moment.
Good. And why, what's up? What's happening? You feel good.
Wait, you asked me a question?
Yeah. Why do you feel good? What's happening?
I don't know why I feel good. I just, because usually I feel better after I come out of the despair. So I came out of despair and I feel pretty good.
Well, did you ever think about, you didn't use any chemical interpretives there, did you?
No. Yeah.
Beyond caffeine, I guess. I was also rambling a bit about the satyr and pan, comparing it to panpsychism, meaning I didn't complete the thought on the matter, but it had something to do with the person on the ground relative to the behemoth of the AI or the technocratic and or theologic, yet pointable, demonstratable technology that we're using. If that made any sense. Because I'm trying to be big worded. What's that?
Well, it's kind of hard to hear your voice. Kind of hard to hear what you're saying, but.
Well, did you have a discussion again with your old man, or, I did think about having you as a Scot, as a Scot, calling this Scot, who's an old friend of mine, that is on the sideline, and using your common Scotism to what do you call it? Connect.
What? Get off scot-free by calling Scott, so you can get off scot-free.
Yeah, it's kind of a workaround for me to attempt to both apologize to the old friend and to kind of make amends through your testimony about my person to him. And I thought, when I was thinking about this earlier, that you would probably gather very kind and good wisdom from this particular Scott. That's what I was thinking.
What would you want me to talk about?
Well, I basically would want you to say that you're calling kind of on my behalf, and that you're, like the knowledge that you have about my history that I've disclosed to you over the years was meaning this guy is a particular academic, but he's very grounded in his beliefs. He's very fixed in them. So he couldn't find, or he didn't find, the type of humor or irony within my telling him that I wanted him to not only run his plane into the side of a mountain and not die, but fall out of the plane to the ground, crawl out of the plane, and then have a bear bite through his skull. I don't even think I said I wish him death. I just said that. And then he what's that?
Does he fly plane? Does he fly plane?
Yeah, he flies plane.
Okay.
Anywho.
Commercial airline?
No, little bumper thing, little, cargo thing. I'm not even certain he's licensed to pack people, but if he is, it's because he was in the military.
You still hold resentment for this guy?
Well, the thing is it's, I never, and I think it was your discussion with your dad, I never got an apology from the guy. And I guess I wasn't straightforward enough saying, look, I think you're slightly culpable for clipping the flower of my spring's growth and via an appeal to your own situation, right? Something like that. Meaning that I allowed what I want to say is a false trust in him to have me make a particular life choice that I felt was not only devastating to a career, a certain type of high-paying career in game making, but that it, like the culmination of my youth, he like clipped the top of it, and that he never apologized for such doing. As a matter of fact, he wants me to own the whole thing. And so to answer your question, I'm not having you, I wouldn't have you state that to him. I would bring that up after I mended his cry that we were once friends.
I thought you exchanged a rather elegant email with you kind of mended something with them.
Well, it's only after he said he wasn't going to read any more emails I sent to him.
Wait, what did you say? What was that?
Well, he said that he was not going to open any more emails that I sent to him. He was going to move them directly into the trash. And he cried out that we were friends, that I was his friend in college. Where we're watching a bunch of Star Trek, and on Star Trek they're saying things like, Spock to Captain Kirk is saying like, you will be and always, you are and will always be my friends. That kind of thing, right? And So, and yet the guy vanished for 17 years, would join the military. That was a huge disjunct in his view. And the point is that he interpreted my verbal silver tongue through text as only being interpretable in one way. And whatever that way was, pushed a limit that he's not willing to suggest that he has any culpability for the way my life migrated. And I'm aware of that, and that I had already forgiven him. But like your conversation with your dad, whether necessary or unnecessary, or his with yours, you demand an apology and you want him to take it back. I want his lack of culpability to be taken back, or at least registered as that. And that's my not revenge motive, that's my solution. I don't have a revenge motion towards the guy, because in the very grandest of schemes, not only did I have to become aware that I made the choices, but that my belief in his culpability was substantial enough where I believe he should have recognized it. And as a pedestrian bystander, as my friend in college, he should have apologized for steering me wrong. And that's all I was asking of him. Once again, that's not my motive. My overarching motive with the guy is to actually remain in good standing. Meaning, I wouldn't mind any reconsideration the guy might have on re-engaging me as not only a friend, but as a discourse dialogue partner that may bring a tremendous amount to the table in terms of philosophy. Although my belief is that he's a pragmatist atheist, not unlike the bald-headed Texan named Matt Dillahunty. Anyway, so that's the whole thing. You can think on it, or whatever.
Well, I wouldn't want to really get involved with that person and your past and your person and his past.
Well,
you can't just call him up. Do you have his number?
Well, I think I have it on some other computer, and I imagine I could just call it up. But I figured somebody to play, like a wingman, or somebody to play a type of representative communication would be better than immediate direct for the guy, because the guy is seemingly, I believe, so stuck on his words and his commitments now to not communicate that you would be a functional liaison.
Like I would call him up with you present?
No, you would just call him up and then begin talking like a liaison. And you don't even have to know all the details. If he engages you, then explore the engagement as much as you would like. And then just let me know how it goes after the fact. Anyway, that's just one topic. Another topic is like the political unity 2020, running for president, how the political game is viewed as you're screwed on the left side, you're screwed on the right side. The analysis of Biden, the analysis of Trump as Trump is setting the stage for the federal government, I believe, via words in his Las Vegas campaign, he's setting the stage for a federal takeover and increased law enforcement, and a view that humans are animals, right?
Not unlike what you said when you remarked, yes, ladies, when I duct tape this cucumber beyond my pants, reminds them of their animal nature.
Oh, right. Yeah, it's of that same like intuitive play that a woman with a bra or even a push-up bra or bra stuffing Kleenex pulls on men as animals to enhance their assumed relationship in the sexual mating game. But you're right, I did refer to women as animals, meaning I'm not denying the idea of viewing humans as animals as a metaphor, or as a biological categorical, but the idea that they are animals where Trump is not, is this elite categorization, kind of an inverse categorization, that has his notion of what good virtue is, of what America first means upon its own citizenry. And I think this is kind of rolling out along with the whole COVID thing, the vaccine thing, because he mentions, oh yeah, we're going to have a vaccine by the end of the year. And I thought, okay, who are they going to award it to? Probably more than one outfit, so they don't break any monopoly contract laws. And then they'll try to produce 7 to 8 billion vaccines to totally inoculate the public, maybe not like fluoride, but maybe with some sort of nanobot blood infused, enduring blood infused technology, such that the category of that person, let's say that person is a natural satyr or a pan or an artist committing art crimes, quote unquote, right? That they would know your identity through a scan, and then they would know your body temperature through that technology, and then they would know all of your movements, such that liberty from the law does not allow any wiggle room, and so the letter of the law is followed, and the legal system is so stinking corrupt already in that it's funneling more people through it without the judge being a good fiduciary, because it's so overloaded that they do their best to get you to submit to a guilty plea or to drag out a threat against you. Instead of the prosecution just trying to get to the truth, they utilize a threat against the individual to challenge the more than one charge that is most often laid against them. Hence, it's a prosecutorial advantage, which is precisely also why Biden is a bad candidate, because if he dies, then we get Kamala Harris. And Kamala Harris, although she's Indian and Cuban, and I don't know to what extent she's descended or as Africano black, she is a prosecutor nonetheless, with both a type of grievance awareness, but with her fingers in not only prosecuting, but prosecuting those that fall within the domain she believes are outside of her greater ideal objective. In one way, perhaps I'll be voting for Biden because of that, like the lesser of two evils, the more aware prosecutor versus Trump just trying to bring in the feds and push federal U.S. law over state USA law, USA constitutional law. And anyway, I'm upset that Unity 2020, I left a few comments for Brett Weinstein. Apparently, I'd have to jump in, not only backing this methodology and not a party called Unity, but a methodology he's trying to employ as a possible candidate that could do that, and also fulfilling this requirement that Biden doesn't fulfill, which is Biden only and the left only speaks about the removal of Trump. They're not talking about policies that they want to implement. So their campaign is not based on positive policy, which Trump has no problem like sharing what he's doing and talking about it and saying it. The big problem with Trump, though, is that he's tied to Israel, and Israel is tied to 9/11 and tied to all sorts of darker secrets that have something to do with the Twin Towers falling, taking certain monies, propaganda through the airwaves over time, meaning I don't want to talk about the left-wing media propaganda agenda through movies. I don't want to go there because that to me is still an art form. But it does culturally shape a few things.
Is it still an art form?
It is an art form. By the way, I have 3 of your images hanging up.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Well, at least 2 of them.
Yeah. Which one?
The snapping dude. With the, it's kind of like I was interpreting the snapping dude with the snapping cowboy facing the 4 or 5-headed ghost within a ghost gobble, and he's got his black ghost going one way, and the other dude's got, I guess, white ghosts flying around the background, and there's kind of this white. It almost, I interpreted it as hands praying behind the cowboy guy. And then earlier today I was like, am I that cowboy guy, or how am I that cowboy guy? Right. And then I thought, well, and how am I the ghosts? And, basically asking myself to take the role of the characters within the piece, but also sensing that there was a lot of your anxiety and probably your fear to alter your mind informs this relationship with your anxiety that you manifest through these broken, little fractured elements that are seemingly responsive, like energy elements that are built in design. Within kind of the what do you call it? The confetti-esque, the patterned confetti designs you put in the background. Something like that. Anyway, and see, it's that kind of whatever you got from that little conversation you could use to talk to Scott in terms of the virtue of me. If you had to argue a virtue of me to somebody that would be clearly upset with me in order to bridge a divide as a liaison. That's all I'm asking. Meaning,
you're asking, or are you asking, or are you telling me?
Well, I'm asking you.
I don't want to get involved in your business, and I just don't feel like I would communicate anything. I don't know what I would say anyway. I just.
Well, you would just be having a conversation with somebody that both of you know. Is just, it would be about a diachronic difference because you know me now and he knew me then, and you would have to attempt to bridge whatever perceptual gap that the dialogue informed you of. Meaning you don't know the guy, he's not a mendum. Anyway, I was also thinking about the Nighted Owls as kind of this disparate group of people on the internet that challenged each other, but over time they realized that they were so loosely associated in 2007 that the very structure of philosophy and directionality of the lives of the people had dissipated so far that we realized we probably don't actually have that much in common anymore. So I'm not going to be broken up if it didn't work well or if it didn't go in any particular direction, because that's a possibility.
You're referring to this guy that
Yeah.
you have nothing in common with anymore?
Well, it's a possibility that we have much less in common. I presume that we have plenty not in common.
When was the last time you talked to him on the phone?
Probably 2004.
Wow.
My neighbor, Jesus, he's Mexican and he works at the Hill Air Force Base. And he has a 2004 car that he changes out, and it looks like the model of it. I guessed that it was like a 2016, 2012 at most. And he told me it was a 2004. And I said, man, that was a good body, a good design. Like it was ahead of its time. And I don't even know the vehicle name, but I should find out. Anywho, it's just something to ponder. It's nothing I'm going to hurry up, but if you don't do it, I'm going to metaphorically kill you to go just to get her. I should have had you go. We should have gone to LA and drove right to Gogo's house, then Venice Beach with Gogo, and had her bring her camera. There was no creative positivism. There was no process future. There was only defense. Defense against the unknown. Defense against the possible.
Hey, I gotta call you back. I'm locked out of the house.
Well, why don't you hang out outside for a minute?
Because I want to get inside. I'll call you back in a second.
All right. I'll talk to you later.
All right.
Bye.
I'll call you back in a second.
All right. Bye. Anyway, so that all sounds kind of interesting, but that's just a thing with you guys. And I could parallel it to the extent that I'm a transcendent adjunct of interpretation relative to Matt, who is thou art that, Matt Siegel, right? And such that because of what he might deem as a type of obtuseness in my knowledge of this particular, like 16th, all the way back to 14th century. I mean, I guess all the way back to Plato. I'm not well read in what the authorship is there, and hence my naivety and ignorance in the field does not pertain, or I'm not germane to the specific references of the category distinctions and the differences amongst those particular authors as I am amongst the notion, meaning I took a more recent philosophers in my philosophical investigations and in my writing and my suppositions and via my experience as an artist and experiencer, someone whom, or just me, so not whom, who, someone who has what I think is an array of a common lexicon, and I can follow the topics as I'm hearing them in these dialogues Matt's having with these other people. And quite frankly, I would like to have a dialogue with, who do you call it? Brett Weinstein about his Unity program, because my belief in one way is that he's really trying to not merely save the Republic, but a type of not only class grouping. I mean, his methodology is basically to have the vice president and the president run on a method such that if they're reelected, the vice president becomes president and the president becomes vice president. And apparently they want, or he wants, two people on the ticket that represent, one represents the Republican right, I guess, and the other represents the Republican left, or the Democratic left. And so I do think that my particular policies politically, as far as decorporatizing different entities within legal structure, such as releasing patents more publicly. Not like, I'm not talking about nuclear development or weapons development patents. I'm not excluding that, but I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about all the things that are known but sat on by corporations, such that the patent cannot be developed, it cannot be competed with. And yet I don't want to say that the progenitor of a particular technology should not benefit from it. If anything, a socialization, meaning as far as how the U.S. is to be a socialist federal government, as I try to diminish the federal government or its pull and its wane.
Hello, Moto.
Hang on, I was just trying to finish a thought that the progenitor of an invention should become capitalistically rewarded by the other companies utilizing the patent, but that the patent needs to come to market early, and then it needs to be truncated in the period of time, either 7 or 15 years, maybe closer to 5, and require the patent holder to start marketing or utilizing the patent towards the market, if the market is to continue to exist, in such a way, which I believe it will, meaning it's the sub-economy within the trading of currencies. So the market will seemingly remain. But anyway, the whole idea is that no corporation can hold on to a patent monopoly and have it last intergenerationally. There must be competitors, not must be competitors, but the allowance of competitors for every patent must be available. And that this is in response to the idea that China utilizes information as, in one way, non-patentable. That information being public is reiterable, and that was one of the benefits of the Chinese doing scientific business in China, right? Is that they were able to thieve this patent. In any case, so that's just one thing. As far as the federal citizenry of a U.S. citizen as federal, state, and local jurisdictions utilize this as a type of a denotation of your identity, not as a human, but as a corporate product that has different valuations. You are being treated as an animal, as livestock, as a herd, when you're ignorant of the processes of law that are being applied en masse to the ignorant populations. And this is an ongoing and problem. And it's a problem in law, and it's a problem in the enforcement of law. As much as judges and lawyers are law enforcement, which Trump wants to over-aggrandize and solidify and retain their processes, the processes need to be rejudiciated, rebuild or put into place such that the judiciary making these unjust workarounds yields an America with greater liberty and not a history of detention and prisonhood at this quantity of level. And the last thing I'll say before you jump in again is that the idea of a oneness of consciousness, that my solipsistic panpsychist soul, so to speak, is both contradictorily true in that I am the center node of my being, and it's false in that I rely on communication and I trust the uniformity of what I understand technology to be capable of.
I did a little bit in my mouth.
You think you just vomited in your mouth?
I think I just vomited a little bit in your mouth. Hearing you spew what you're spewing.
Why? Well, what's the problem? What do you got a problem with?
Oh, just the whole solipsistic, sinner.
I didn't say solipsistic sinner. You're saying that.
Well, I heard trigger words. I heard that word. I heard this word. And I heard, what you're insinuating towards.
And well, just articulate what it is you believe that you extracted from what I was saying that made you sick.
I couldn't repeat that. Couldn't articulate it because I'm not a smarty pants. But I heard what I heard.
All right. Maybe you can watch the video later.
Just maybe.
What are you saying?
I said maybe.
Yeah, maybe you can listen to the video later. Maybe
Yeah.
you can call Scott later.
I don't think so.
Maybe you can. Just like maybe instead of being defensive in my time down there, you could have loftily in your time off floated and gone with the flow, but you didn't. You preferenced something, and it included your fear, and it included
Well, I can't fix it.
It
Can't go back.
But
we can't go back.
But
we could go back.
You included a fib.
A fib. I fibbed.
You
Did
fibbed.
I fib?
You
Did
fibbed.
I fib you?
To me, you fibbed. You fibbed in a few ways. A, you already told me that if you met me in person in California, that you would smoke a joint with me. So you lied about that. Then you lied. Then you lied. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. And then
that way.
Yes, you did. And then, well, not those exact words, but the category of my interpretation and your confirming it made it so. And then you told me, hey, let's go. Are we going down to Venice? Yeah, let's go tonight. Okay, tonight. And then we didn't. And then you said the next morning, and then we also didn't. So you're right. We can't back up.
You were persuading me. First of all, when I called you, you were already in California, so this was a spur of the moment thing. You suggested that we go to Venice. I told you, I brought up my fears and reservations, but I was open to it. It wasn't like, oh, we're gun ho, we're gonna go.
No, that's what you did say tomorrow.
You were already in California.
I'm just saying, man. I'm saying, you know I'm saying.
I know. I'm not saying it out of malice. I'm not lying to you. It wasn't, I wasn't wanting, like, I'm going to ruin this guy's trip. I'm going to thwart the trip, even though it wasn't necessarily about you. It was about showing me the ropes in Venice. Right?
Well, I thought I'd show you the ropes of trying to be a liaison and a wing guy to somebody. Of course, you might not have that. It seems like you're not having a lot of things. But
I have some things. I have,
At least you're being fulfilled in some way. What might I do to help you, Scott?
Of course, you're using my real name for this. It's just like I think you using that name specifically because of your past, and I think
that's
having that name is like giving you some sort of like, well, yes, I'll have him call this guy from my past, knowing that I just think there's just some it's not just because I know you and we have a history together, and it's not just because my name is Scott that you want me to call this guy, but I think there's something underlying all of this.
Well,
that I may not be aware of.
I think what's underlying it is merely in my psychology. There was once the term used, Great Scott. And then there was this other term that was more of a saying from Star Trek that was "Beam me up, Scotty."
Oh my God, I know.
Yeah, and so I think you're kind of responsible just by inheriting the name.
I know, it's like delusional thinking.
Well, and so now we're on the same page. Now we can have a regular dialogue.
Yeah.
Because I got 0 people watching, and I'll probably have no more than 37 people ever watch, or who knows.
Well, how long have you been painting tonight?
Just you. Well, shit. You probably called me. Well, since you called me is when I started painting, but I started rambling probably 15 minutes before you called, maybe 10 minutes, something like that. Shit, I'm painting a part of the painting no one could see. I knew I was gonna fuck up like this. God. There we go. Anyhow, and I was thinking about how I am so not Bob Ross, and how people that used to start praising Bob Ross, at first they kind of annoyed me because I thought, the guy paints mountainscapes, and granted he's like meditative and he's good at what he does, and he thinks trees are, happy. But I sat there and I thought, well, what do you really know about the guy? Like, why did he throw his hair like that, if not to dip it in a brush and ram it against the canvas like his hair itself was a brush. I think if had he lived longer, he would have done that trick. Especially
I think Bob Ross's appeal lies in the advent of the internet and YouTube, and his appeal is toward the whole new generation, my generation, even the one generation Z. I think his aesthetics and his wholesomeness. And the appeal of ASMR videos. You listen to ASMR videos to relax, and then you watch his painting, watch him paint and talk, and the soothing nature of his voice, and also the aesthetic, his goofiness, the way he looks, his firm, also has another appeal, like previous generations, like almost like a futuristic 80s retro wave, what's that?
disco.
Like whole subgenres of I forget the name of it, but it's just I think bringing his show back up on YouTube and things like that helped him have this whole revitalization of his work.
Well, I knew a guy that moved very gruffly through life that was an abstract painter and still is. And he was on Venice Beach, and this was before YouTube had been invented. And he was a Bob Ross fan. And so I figured there must, and he was younger by 10 years from me, almost to the date. And he represents a class of other individuals that perhaps also echoed through the wholesomeness, but it was more like an ode to the guy because he was a brick in the art wall. Even though this guy's attitude and demeanor were not shared at all by Bob Ross, he lauded him. He liked him. He painted, he did little, what he called ignorant art from Basquiat, little cardboard ignorant arts of Bob Ross, and he'd play Bob Ross on the tubes every now and again. It was kind of cool.
I listened to a lot of Bob Ross right when this whole pandemic started, because I was freaking out, and for some reason putting on Bob Ross helped me, it calmed me.
You mean more so than Miami, Cool J and the Fresh Prince, Jazzy?
Well, yeah, to be honest.
And then, so when I was giving you advice to listen to,
I did listen to it.
Right, but you are also
It didn't have that effect on me.
Well, that was well before. That was well before. Well, just something that you mentioned chronologically there that I already lost track of. Oh, this year. This my telling you to listen to that and sending you that occurred before COVID. So good to hear that you utilized it. My cat wants to paint now. My cat just stuck its paw in some wet paint. I'm just glad he doesn't want to paint on the canvas. Anywho.
But it wasn't just Bob Ross I listened to. I listened to a lot of other things. I listened to I listened to a lot of things, just put it that way.
Well, everybody does.
Not as wholesome as Bob Ross.
You mean you've been listening to Vincent Price and the Raven poem?
I may have listened to the Cats, the Black Cat. I've listened to the Black Cat.
Did you listen to the Black Cats band or?
Oh, the short story by Edgar Allan Poe.
Oh, good of you. See, there's another thing I'm ignorant of. Edgar Allan Poe's The Black Cat. Man, do you think you could name all the authors you've read on one hand?
All the authors I've read?
On one hand.
One hand?
Yeah, could you name them on one hand?
Is this, are you undermining my intelligence?
No. I'm just...
knowledge set?
No, I'm just...
Did he name 5 authors off of his 5 fingers?
Yeah, I'm just gonna... I'm fucking with you.
Just name 5 authors you've read.
Well, I'm implying that you've only... I'm just implying that you've only read 5 authors in your life and that you already told me 2 of them.
Well, name the 2 then.
Well, I don't know. Edgar Allan Poe and Bob Ross's favorite hits. I don't think Bob Ross made a book. Maybe he did make a book. I want to make a book of my art. I need to make a book of my art, and then I need to explain my thoughts about that particular piece, and then I need to publish the damn thing. Oh, the other picture I have of yours is, of course, the one that I made you go back in and get of the I guess, little girl getting ready to cut the face and the head off of the flower.
It's not a little girl. It's a boy.
Little boy. And the flower is screaming, and that impartiates this idea of, like, even plants are alive with emotions. It's kind of a panpsychistic viewpoint, but it's also not. It's like, no, that plant in its inclusive interiority, its own biological existence, if you pluck it or cut the head off, you're killing it, and you're trying to identify one's emotions with the death of a plant, meaning you're so sensitive that you want people to really consider their veganism and to perhaps, like, really cut back on it because it hurts plants. I'm just fucking with you.
I just said, I know you're fucking with me.
Anyway.
I did read, well, factory farming contributes to the acceleration of climate change.
Right. And so what do you think about, like, trying to get a country's policy on cattle raising, meat eating, to be... Oh, well, another thing I think the government should do is put out a website that is its official propaganda website, and it's known as the U.S. government's propaganda website, where it basically attempts to let the population know what its ideals are. You know, its motive, its direction, its positive claim on what it would like to see have happen, right? Like its table of contents, if you will.
Do you really think that
educating the youth in law structure is a good idea? Yes, that would be another program, right? Start that with civics class and don't stop.
How far-fetched do you think something like that is? Do you think it's just as far-fetched as that the CEO of Amazon giving every employee $100,000 raise.
And then it would still have made like $1 billion last quarter or something like that. Yeah, I mean, it's the odds of it happening on a legal level are probably, like you're already dealing with politicians that are bought off on the back end. And so the idea of getting a vote in there would really, like, you almost need a type of tragedy in the public or a wokeness towards the actual methods and doings and structure of law that lawyers and people that you're underneath are using against you, like an awareness of the population about not only laws but the integrity of old laws, the application of argumentation within court, all sorts of other things that would help undermine the factory farming, if you will, of prisoners in the U.S. Meaning I'm not anti the idea of local law enforcement, but I am against the idea of so many interpretations of so many specific types of laws that have to go through process that common law itself could not be readdressed. Meaning, the old particular exacted laws about who owns what piece of property and what one can do if one crosses through that property or violates a property line, that kind of law might be redressed when it comes to if the property is owned by a corporation, if it's owned by an individual, if it's owned privately. The definitions, the corporate categories need more definitions. Human categories need fewer definitions. And but everybody should be educated in what their relationship to the legal structure is, and that information would probably deter crime, meaning people being caught red-handed but being ignorant of the law. And the idea would be to remove the law to states. Like, in one way, I think states' rights should once again have a certain predominance over federal cases, meaning that the very Supreme Court idea is manifest within the corporatization of the U.S. And I mean, it's a great idea to have this Supreme Court, but perhaps the states should be the last Supreme Court, not a federal Supreme Court, which is gauging things based on the history of corporatization and unification of the whole country. Meaning that was its idealism initially, but perhaps things need to drop down to a more regional level where the individual states are responsive to the needs of their constituency and their inhabited humans that walk upon what they're claiming is their jurisdiction. So in one way, there's certain, without attempting to sound racist, but trying to sound more like Malcolm X, nationalistic, the idea that you could split up some of the larger states. You could allow more legitimate law structures and legitimate law processes to be implemented that are not necessarily federally hierarchical, but more like teepees of different tribes that are meeting together in Congress of Indian tribes, such that the tribes can have an interplay, but each tribe's teepee is probably of a different acuteness or obtuseness relative to the other ones, or a different design, but nonetheless, they're hierarchical in shape, right? But they are not representative of some, like if there were disagreements amongst the tribes, they were noted as disagreements, but not necessarily, maybe they were a call for war, perhaps, but I don't think it was a call for legal war based on corporatism and the idea of expending one's charity to the notion that one should have military for American interests internationally, right? Anyway, so if one thinks of America's international relationships without kind of like, and when I use the word stellating back to its own democracy, meaning the left's dialogue is not promoting the welfare of the inhabitants upon its land. It's in one way entirely violating it. And then the stats on climate change due to factory farms or whatnot becomes a stat that's run, but that you don't see much differentiation amongst the states to resolve such a thing. So if you had a Congress of more states in the US that were all running slightly different methodological hierarchical systems within it, then each state could then actually meet as a Congress, as they're supposed to, without any political or financial gain, and come to relate the positive ideals that their state has found to work within the convexity or the concavity of the category what they're calling their state, and to utilize these greater differences of human liberty and freedom on the Americas to actually have a revival, like a pre-Civil War revival, but not with the idea that by going back pre-Civil War, one is monizing 13 colonies or monizing 50 plus states as colonies, but more of a mutual agreement of coherence. The federal government should really, I think, only be in place in one way: to maintain an international direction for the country, not an appeal for the states that are incapable of resolving a judicial problem. Anyway, and I don't know whether or not you're throwing up in your mouth right then, but this is why I resent the fact that Brett Weinstein hasn't gotten back to me yet when I'm still an official candidate, and I'm willing to kind of go along with that methodology. And in any case, all I'm saying is my policies are at least positive policies towards restructuring the Americas, if you will, but the United States of America, and not the straw man United States, period, United States legal corporation. Anyway, so the legal structure would need a whole kind of a type of overhaul without losing a sense of justice in the process. Like in Utah, somebody's going to be fighting one of the protesters that was caught buying red paint that put it on our prosecutor's office, is being charged with life. There's two people. One of them's a woman who is white who bought red paint, and she is now being charged with the threat of life imprisonment for vandalizing and promoting the destruction of basically a federal, not a federal building, but a building that is subsumed as a local prosecutorial office by the feds. So it may be a federal charge. I'll have to look into the fact whether it's a federal charge or a state charge. But they like to make an example out of her, make an example out of protesters that are doing more than just airing their verbal discontent. But civil disobedience is required, and in other nations like Madagascar, the idea of starting a fire is a form of protest against the government. But mostly that's over different lands and not necessarily the destruction of a building. But the idea of changing by buying paint, almost like the freedom of expression. Like, okay, here's another problem with Trump. Trump said that in his Vegas rally that he wants to implement the idea that if somebody burns a flag, they have to spend a year in jail, right? So now if I have a son that goes to war for some corporate gain in another country and he gets shot and killed, that I don't have a right to express a grievance, a visual art grievance against the institution that I trusted that betrayed me in virtue, right? Anyway, something like that. Anyway, maybe I need to focus more on the painting. Maybe you should do more talking. I'm going slowly.
Quite a bit of a lot to ask for.
Yeah, well, and I figure what the one virtue Trump has brought in my mind is the idea that, in fact, the federal government and the governmental system can be shaken apart, retooled, bureaucratically remanipulated by putting amateurs of simple systems into complex organizations, and really fucking numbskulling, throwing a fucking rubber wrench in a lot of things that the Obama administration, being a inherited war president, he's taken so much fucking shit for. Because he supported the gas lines and he did certain things. But I would imagine that the background deep state or whoever, which I might just call Israel or I might call corporate elites, handle the presidents. And I think Trump has already bought and sold to Israel, just like the Clintons were, by part and parcel, I think, selling off their daughters. And of course, that's just a speculative notion that kind of strips away autonomy from Chelsea and or Ivanka. But this idea that even Trump is trying to buy, his wife is like the joke is a mail order bride, right? Just order her up, send her over like a pizza, and such and such. And anyway, the idea is that the Zionists, and this isn't meant to be anti-Semitic. It's not anti-Semitic. It's more precise than that. And I'll do my best to link. I linked it on Facebook, this video that's like an analysis of what went on in 9/11 as a truther 20 years later. Right, or 19 years later, what new information, what new associations of people and their money and the properties they owned and when they did what they did, putting shorts on buildings prior to 9/11 and knowing who gets insurance policies 5 weeks on the towers before the towers fall and why did NORAD stand down, and was the like loose changes. The movie Loose Change, they made a hypothesization about several things And this particular dialogue went to no detail about the Utah BYU chemist or physicist that denoted the thermite in analysis of the building structure prior to another Zionist cohort taking control of the idea of not investigating the ruins, but quickly removing all of the metal and having it disposed of. Like, there's so many players that also are in cahoots with the 9/11 report and such that it's really difficult, I think, to believe that that certain people from way back when the plan was hatched, which is evidenced clear back into the late 70s, that the propagation of planes in comics and other media that suggest planes should be flying into the higher towers was put into play when the plan was apparently made manifest to other people that did control a lot of media.
Sorry to interrupt, but I gotta go.
Oh, well, why do you gotta go?
Because my phone's on 3%.
Oh.
And I gotta do some stuff.
Well, great. Well, thanks for letting me monologue against you. It actually probably helped my video out while I'm painting. But
I don't know if that was I don't know if you're being ironic or not, but okay. I'll talk to you later.
Okay, man. Bye.
All right, bye.
That being said, it's time now to play Matt Thou Art That's Other video, which I started, that is not the debate with this other guy that I'm going to try to find the video. I guess I just came across it and it was on the other dude's channel and I just didn't know, So anyway, here's whatever this is that I don't think I've heard.
As one of his points in his platform, David criticized the idealist elements in Ken Wilber's framing of integral theory and basically called for a renouncing of idealism and replacing it with a more naturalistic emergentist model. And this triggered Matt, and he responded with a YouTube post, and then that led to a discussion that eventually brought us here. So tonight we're going to give space to each of them to present their views and to test their views with each other, and then see if we can arrive at some integral understanding. So the basic format is going to be that each one of them will have 10 minutes to present their basic view, and I'll ask that any key terms be defined when you're talking about your view. And then they'll each have about 10 minutes to offer questions to each other and probe a little bit deeper. And then at the end, it will open up for a more free-form discussion. So to begin, we'll turn it over to Matt, and he'll get us rolling here.
Thanks, Bruce and David. I'm really glad we could do this. I'm going to try in 10 minutes to provide some context for what led to my initial response to you, David, with Integral 2.0. But before I get into that, I want to just say a bit about this slash between debate and dialogue. I think debate has a place, but I prefer dialogue just because I think there's something dialectical about the very nature of understanding and even rationality itself. Rationality is able to reveal the truth to us in dialogue, and the dialogue would mean it's an intersubjective endeavor, right? So it requires more than just one mind. It's a conversation, but it's a conversation in pursuit of something, in pursuit of a truth that, I hope we can each admit neither one of us possesses yet. And so I do not pretend to have the truth. I am in love with the idea of truth, I'll tell you that much. And I'm doing my best. But I think I really value the opportunity to be in dialogue with others who are also passionate about this, as you are, David, and as you are, Bruce. because it's when we bring our love of the truth and our love of wisdom into dialogue that I think there's a real potential to actually evolve consciousness. And so at the same time, sometimes debate can be, I mean, on one hand, it can be fun, it can be entertaining, it can draw people in. I mean, the idea of a debate is way more, I think, alluring for most people than like a conversation or a discussion, especially among academics, because, I mean, who the fuck even knows what they're talking about half the time? And so the idea of like clear positions going up against one another to see like who's got the strength, whose frame is more, you know, penetrating and is going to stab the other one in the heart and kill them, right? So that's way more exciting. But maybe we can do a little bit of that playfully, because there are differences, I imagine, between our views, and we do want to get to the bottom of that. But I think we also have a common goal here, which is to understand what the hell is going on. So just having gotten that out of the way, sort of as a preface to my remarks, I also want to say that with Integral 2.0, I felt with your initial video and my response, what I was really trying to do was not like defend creationism, certainly, or cosmological idealism, but the way in which, David, you were putting forward Integral 2.0 felt to me to be a little bit imbalanced, such that it was almost like calling forth its opposite or conjuring an enemy into existence, which I felt responsible to sort of to play that part of the enemy you were conjuring, to say, hey, you know, the idealists, they're not so bad. And I know in my initial video I was equivocating between all sorts of different kinds of idealism, and you were specifically talking about creationism. You know, let's just call it that. The idea that some transcendent God designed and planned the world and then created the whole thing just because it felt like it, and kind of tortures us with the idea of sin, like all this horrible stuff that fundamentalist Christians and Muslims and other people believe. That notion of creationism, if that's what Integral 2.0 is like going to bat against, I'm with you in that fight. But the issue is that I also think there's a way in which, at least in the popular culture, when these debates get framed, the creationists are always going up against the atheists and the scientific materialists. And I know you're not one of those, but that's how the debate is usually framed. It's creationism versus a very reductionistic rendering of evolutionary biology, like Dawkins type stuff, and a very reductionistic rendering of physics and cosmology. And so in that framework, I'm not really on either side. I think Richard Dawkins is as obsessed with the idea of God as the fundamentalist theists are, actually, and that there's a better type of conversation we can be having that does involve talking about emergence. And so I do want us to be able to get into the details, in particular scientific disciplines, on how they use that word. You know, physicists use it, chemists use it, biologists use it, psychologists use it, you know, cognitive scientists use it, and they all mean it in some similar sense, like generally, but they're talking about specific processes, and we should get into those details. I mean, I think you've been calling for this, and I haven't really gone there yet in any of my video responses to you. So the debate that I would rather have is not that between creationism and materialism. I'm not saying you're a materialist, but I also don't want to have the debate between idealism, cosmological idealism, if you want, and emergentism. And here's why. So I think the debate we should be having, before I say why, is one between what I would call evolutionary panpsychism, which comes out of my reading of, you know, the German idealist Friedrich Schelling and the British mathematician and philosopher Alfred North Whitehead, evolutionary panpsychism versus eliminative materialism. And I think eliminative materialism is actually the more rigorous position, given a particular reading of science right now, than is emergentism. So here's my issue with emergentism. And these are really questions for you. You don't have to answer them in your introduction, but we'll get to them later. When we talk about the emergence of consciousness, out of matter or out of neurochemistry, we either mean a form of what's called soft emergence or hard emergence. Soft emergence would be something like a qualitative inner experience, like flickers on when brain chemistry gets complicated enough, which I've never really heard a theory or a theoretical mechanism for how that might be possible. It's not like hydrogen and oxygen emerging into water. When you're talking about neurochemistry turning into interior life and consciousness, it's more like there's an ontological transformation taking place. It's not just more complex behavior emerging. It's interiority appearing in a new dimension that didn't exist before. It was just material surfaces colliding, and then all of a sudden this interior domain opens up. That's a very different kind of emergence, but we can interpret that, the emergence of consciousness, as not having any causal effect on a physical body, not having any ability to alter the behavior of the body, so that an organism like us, I guess, that is conscious, is only conscious in the way that, in the sense that, there's an awareness of what's going on, but there's no ability to alter what's going on. So we might have the subjective illusion of free will, but there's nothing really happening that allows us to control our bodies. That's an epiphenomenal view of emergent consciousness. The other possibility is that when consciousness emerges, this would be hard emergence, there's some downward causative influence that this new ontological domain, this consciousness, is able to exert on the physical body. And then when you try to understand consciousness in an evolutionary way, you can start to see how, okay, consciousness could have evolved because it was influencing the behavior of organisms and could be selected for by Darwin's mechanism. If consciousness is just epiphenomenal, there's no mechanism for it to be selected for evolutionarily. It may as well not exist. So maybe you have another understanding of what the emergence of consciousness looks like, but these are the two possibilities that I have considered, and they seem to me to be either epiphenomenalism, where how could that even evolve if it has no influence over the organism's behavior, or a kind of strong emergence or hard emergence where there's a new domain that all of a sudden has freedom and can change the behavior of the body. And to me, that seems like dualism. So emergence either leaves us in a dualistic view where there's this new consciousness that emerges, that never existed in the material universe, but has power over that universe, at least its own body and what the body can do in the world. Or we have the emergence of this epiphenomenal ghost that really does nothing, and so why do we even bother talking about it? And that's why I think eliminative materialism is actually the more rigorous position scientifically, because it doesn't require dualism, it doesn't require epiphenomenalism. It just says we have a word for like consciousness and mind, but really that's just a confused way of speaking, and we should really just start talking in terms of hormones and neurotransmitters and physiology. This is what like Paul and Patricia Churchland, the eliminative materialists, would argue for. And so I think that's a more rigorous and internally consistent position as regards consciousness. And
it's really interesting also that Matt brings that up and then it credits it to these other two and I don't know when they made that coinage or that idea, but Wittgenstein, without using the same category, would say reduced. Meaning that his appeal, Wittgenstein's ultimate appeal, when after doing the philosophical investigations, his investigation was in day-to-day conversation and dialogue, that the understanding of the non-educated classes that actually formed the roots of the working dialectics and the general cultural understanding of how humans work outside of the ivory tower is the dialogic ecology that he said he was preferencing. And so it's interesting that Matt is kind of reducing it back down to a day-to-day thing. He wants the hawkishness of a debate, but he doesn't want the to get caught up in the fight for winning's sake, but more in position and analysis of one's dialogue. So he's basically making vocal in dialogue that which plenty of other philosophers did, analyzing conversations of previous philosophers or other contemporary philosophers that produced work in text form.
And its relationship to the material world than emergentism. And so I would rather square off against that and try to articulate the alternative that I'm calling evolutionary panpsychism as more coherent. Now, I'm probably close to my 10 minutes, and I haven't said much about, I have 3 minutes left, great. I haven't said much about evolutionary panpsychism yet, so let me try to condense that into 3 minutes. I'll start with the scientific revolution, okay? Copernicus looks at some ancient Greek mathematicians and astronomers, and he's like, oh yeah, they had this idea of the sun at the center, that might make the math a little simpler, and he comes up with this heliocentric model. That sets off this chain reaction, culminates in Newton articulating the laws of universal gravitation and his laws of physics, and this is in 1700 that Newton publishes the Principia. And at that point, there's a sense among intelligent people in Europe that, wow, the whole universe can be understood mechanistically, and we can represent those machinations mathematically. And more, there's a sense in which, oh, we can actually explain even like the human body in this way, and maybe there really is no soul. And it really set off this, that's the Enlightenment, right? And Immanuel Kant, how much do I have, like 1 minute left? Immanuel Kant, looks at Newtonian physics and how masterfully it describes the determinism of nature in precise mathematical geometrical terms. And he's like, wow, that's true. But then he looks at his experience of conscience, the notion of morality, and the fact that human beings, if our social relationships are law and politics and religion for Kant, if any of that's real, it's because we have freedom. It's because if any of human culture is real, it's because we can be held responsible for our actions. And so we can't just be machines. And so Kant's like, okay, how do I fit this Newtonian picture of a mechanical universe with my interior experience of freedom? And he ends up constructing what's called transcendental idealism, where he says the nature that Newton was describing is actually a mental construct, because the human mind doesn't see reality as it is in itself. The human mind constructs a reality. We have sensory experience of space and time. Even our experience of space is based on touch and sight. It has a sensory basis, Kant says. But he thinks that space and time are transcendental in the sense that they're universal and they're necessary, and no human being experiences the world except in those terms. So that becomes, rather than some tangible external material world that's mechanical,
a paradigm.
For Kant, the touchstone, the source of knowledge, and the fact that we can have truth and science is this ideal structure of logical principles that gives rise to our experience of an ordered world. So Kant says, how is an experience of ordered, law-abiding nature possible? It's possible because the mind knowing it is logical and law-abiding. And so Kant does this transcendental move, which is the epistemological equivalent of the astronomical move that Copernicus made. But it's the inverse, because Copernicus kind of knocked humans out of the center of the universe, put us on a rock that's flying through space around the sun. And Kant's like, no, wait a minute. We as knowers are actually the source of all the structure of that world we think we're seeing out there. Now, that idealistic position is not where I would want to leave off, and I know I'm over time already, so forgive me if I go on for at least another minute. Kant gave rise to a new mode of philosophizing, where this opposition between human freedom and the determinism or mechanism of nature was clearly articulated, and it posed a problem to the generation of thinkers that came after him. These were the German idealists. Fichte, Schelling, Hegel, Goethe in his own way was interacting with Kant as well. And all of these figures, I think they really invented what we have come to call integral philosophy, because they were trying to understand not just the universe as an object, but how it is that a subject like us came to be capable of knowing an object like that. So rather than the Newtonian view where we can explain the universe just by looking out there at the motion of objects through a geometrical space, the German idealists, following in Kant's footsteps, begin to ask, well, what must be true of the mind that's behind all of that scientific knowing? What are the conditions of possibility making that scientific knowledge real? And what Schelling ends up doing, and my evolutionary panpsychism follows from his view, is saying that, look, we can start as the idealists do from this subjective position and say that we only experience the world as we are organized to experience it, as our sensory organs and our mental categories allow us to experience it. And at the same time, we have to ask the more realist question and the evolutionary question, which Schelling was one of the first evolutionary thinkers. He was, learning about geology, which was just beginning as a science, and the idea that the Earth was 6,000 years old was just beginning to be questioned. This was like around 1800, right? And so Schelling's realizing that, whoa, the whole universe is way older than the Bible told us. And so he's like, okay, some kind of evolution happens here. Rather than asking Kant's question, which is, Kant asks, what must the mind be like such that nature could appear to us in the way that it does? Schelling asks, what must nature be such that mind could emerge from it? So he asks the reverse question from Kant, right? So Kant asks, what must the mind be such that the appearance of a law-abiding nature is possible? And Schelling asks the reverse question, what must nature be such that mind could emerge from it? How is it that a knowing scientific consciousness could emerge out of this universe? That tells us something, Schelling argues, about the nature of that universe. And he ends up articulating an evolutionary account of the emergence of spirit out of nature, if you want. But he doesn't mean something supernatural. He means something quite specifically natural. But for Schelling, nature is not just a collection of already completed, finished products. For Schelling, nature is a process of creativity, right? Nature is an evolutionary process, a process that's giving rise and emerging into ever new forms that have a deeper interior capacity to experience itself, to experience one another, to experience this evolutionary process. So rather than making the mind something separate from nature, Schelling says, no, nature itself was always a process of growth towards mind. And you might say, well, that's all I'm saying with emergence, but the difference here is, can consciousness and interiority in the whole left-hand side of the quadrants emerge out of what prior to that emergence was just the right-hand side of material surfaces colliding with one another? Schelling doesn't think so. Whitehead doesn't think so. I don't think so. And I don't think we need to be creationists to argue that there is some sort of interiority that goes all the way back. So I'll stop there. Sorry, I went over.
My thoughts on that were mentioned somewhat in my pretext to playing this, that the process of creativity then makes me wonder to what extent is my biology form fit to yield visual representation within a category field. And I call that interiority that he keeps saying. I want to make it more precise by using convex versus concave. The interiority is a concave ness around, such as the depiction of the image that I'm working on. And that it itself has an interiority to it. Now, what the play of symbols means is also forever enclosed, but it's the interpretation is always open to whatever the current hegemony of the social lattice, or what's popular or what's meaningful meaning I have bats in here during the time of coronavirus that has been scapegoated on bats. And so one could say, like, in the future, when that relationship is not overly apparent, maybe the production of the symbol of bats in paintings will simply be less popular. Meaning, meaning there is still an infinitude of a shoreline to be analyzed that is within the interiority that Matt is trying to talk about, how Schelling was a disjunct from Kant by granting over the process of the nature oneself as nature. But if that's also the case, then the interiority of the history of sign symbols, and once again, the community's relationship to the lexical field and the application of how they're coordinating this lexical field of grammar together, such that an interpretation of a piece may remain an aesthetic, but the content is derived by whatever a individual, or if one wants to dislocate their own position of interpretation of a piece into a mob mentality. Hence, you could also say, well, during this time, I'm painting this, and I'm a white guy, and so I'm producing a piece of art, and so any defamation of my character in the future might allow a mob to want to cancel this particular piece off of the history of humanity, although the video recording kind of instantiates it. And then to maybe say even the genre or the theme is too dark. But I am in the age of where many statues made by artists are being toppled or broken or destroyed, and because of what the dislocated group mob view is of that particular entity's relationship to a non-considered historic placement within an evolution of culture and of humanity and of nation and of nation state, and the idea of maintaining or pushing back against the contemporary hegemony that has instantiated in the previous time frame a culture that would allow such a monument to only be looked at in terms of a statue as necessarily an ode to the individual that we want to defame, as opposed to looking at it for the artist's relationship to the molding and the sculptures of that X particular artifact. If we found, like other previous generations found, Egyptian phalluses to be distasteful, so on their low relief carvings they would etch those off, and then listening to a Muslim and a converted Jew man argue about whether or not it was the Muslims that did it or whether or not it was the Christians that did it. The Muslims said it was the Christians said it was the Muslims. I actually tend to favor the idea that it was probably the Christians, because there was the whole time in history when nudity was painted over. It was the grand, like, puritanical move against the Greek ethos in art of nudity and aesthetic from the puritanical needs of a civilization to remove that which it considered hedonistic or barbarian or inclusive to the idea of how a culture is to enculturate their children, right? So there was a type of prohibition against nudity that carried on. And so the mob at this particular time, painted over many male genitalia and female genitalia and breasts of previous artists' works. It was a type of defamation of the actual artwork. And I believe even the Sistine Chapel was painted over at one time. A lot of clothing was painted over certain nudes that Michelangelo had put together, because Michelangelo was considered great for his time precisely because he had brought to sculpture kind of a resurrection of the Greek compared to the Roman. Roman was more military. Michelangelo, 14 centuries later, kind of being so proficient in stone as to compete or revel against the Greeks, where Michelangelo also put a certain perspectivism on sculptures, such as to not be perfectly anatomically correct if viewed as a 3D model, but correct if one is looking up at one of his sculptures, such as the David has a huge head and it's farther away from the viewer's eyes than the sling, the penis, the knees, the whole other works. And so the statue, by virtue of its size and a consideration of how people might orient themselves relative to seeing the sculpture, Michelangelo is accredited to being able to adjust the sculptures in such a manner. Not it's a stylized version. The Pietà that he did at age 25, an elongated Christ laying across the Mother Mary. One could say that was done for merely emphasis sake instead of a perceptual sake. Michelangelo, I believe, was a sophisticated guy in that regard. And so anyway, my overarching point about what Matt's saying here has also to do with this, like a meta interiority. Like it's like Matt's speaking about Schelling and about this view as kind of a meta reinterpretation of contents, where an inverse could be denoted and then articulated, right? And to consider one's environment as prime over one's Kant's phenomenological reduction to the I, or the I think, therefore I am, where any activity that is reflexive, such as the word I, already denotes his bodily categorization as independent from said environment as category. And then the displacement, the mind-body displacement, is an echo from that environmental disjunct, the individual to one's environment. This opens the field about what one individual in discourse, or what a painter does, or what a sculptor does over time, how it emanates outward into the ongoing future viewers with modern technology allowing the sharing of information to proliferate in pocketed domains where perhaps AI is now controlling like kids' content and gearing them in one way or gearing other people in other ways based on not only their interest, but based on what it believes that individual might want or could use. Where then anything that appears in one's environment theologically would become like necessitated symbolically, such that determinism dominates over free will, and that all are like Jehovah's Witness artists that are mere conduits of something greater. Hence, they don't sign their illustrations, but I do sign mine. Like, oh, this body, this individuated being that is me is painting this particular thing, and I don't want to give it to the grace of God, right? Which might constitute it as a type of antipathy to the Jehovah's Witnesses ethos. Maybe that's like a latent or subconscious development that I'm making, such that whatever the thema is that I'm creating would run contra the virtues of a type of classical idealism that one would say is highbrow art, of good taste, and hence this is lowbrow or a flipping of thematic content, and yet Draco in vampire speak. This is the guinea worm, Draco something or another, which is the guinea worm in Latin. And I could start to generate a narrative as to how post hoc I applied that through the symbolism and through my description of this, that this is, this particular piece is painted by vampires. It's painted of vampires or vampiricism, but by that it has an entailment or like a dog-eared extra index to be noted as a side note. But it really, that's just me telling you how I am attempting to choreograph the title of the piece after the fact by using this kind of pinball ricochet of common domain, such as over here, right? A pentacle or pentagram, as you will, with the shared intersection being the center of the board, like is the case of a star game of Chinese checkers. And yet not where each tine is in competition with the other, but they're in congress and concert with one another, such as to yield a third or meta informational super subset. So Matt kind of bouncing around categories is like a eukaryotic cell that doesn't have a nucleus, right? He's talking about this interiority, but interiority of what, if not a sub-grammatical set and cultural nucleus, but even within that, contextual aberration and association, yet with a depiction of yet another interiority of symbol sets. And if that is the case, then one would say one's relationship with a lexical field that they're less familiar, they have less ease, that segments off the working class from the priestly academic class often. And it's problematic, where to the point where I think the academic ivory tower in this dialogue shows their own interiority in the discussion at the detriment of them actually theologically spilling out where a sub-nucleus such as a pentagram talking about the Congress of Pinball, like I have these two rats playing marbles over this, and I actually need to paint a wand in the center, a stick, and because of that, there would also then, according to this Schelling view, have to be like an evolutionary selection for ritualistic or aspect recognition, pattern recognition, above and beyond IQ, merely IQ, but a type of aspect recognition that would allow combinatorial patternings as its own process methodology, meaning that we're not talking about points and their relationship. We're talking about a unit in Congress that has itself a center. That being said, let me see if I can sketch this. I think I'll play Matt again. And maybe I didn't even get exactly to the point I was trying to get to, but I got close enough. I think I said a few things there that kind of maybe made sense. And Matt, if you're ever hearing this, I wouldn't mind jumping in as a background guy between you and someone else, or just to have another discussion with you instead of an addressed video too. But then again, you might be trying to not mix in us rogue elements into the mix.
I'll hand it over to you, David.
I will just say first that our main purpose here is understanding and clarity rather than winning points. So I didn't feel a need to stop you either. If David needs to take a little extra time to make his position clear, that's totally fine. David?
Yeah, I guess I'm like slightly tempted to see if I could get him to quickly say what his position is, and I know he said that he's an evolutionary panpsychist, and he says that he doesn't understand how the interiors would have emerged from nature. So I'm still trying to understand his cosmological position. So is he a dualist, realist? Is he an idealist? Does he think that it's all happening, that all of nature is emerging in mind? I still don't understand exactly what he thinks is primary. I've heard him say that creativity is primary, but when I ask him whose creativity, it doesn't sound like he's talking about anybody. He says it's like this non-personified. So I'm still very unclear about what cosmological position is being taken. So if he wants to say a little bit more about that, I would be interested in giving him a little bit more time before I jump into my opening statements.
Okay, so I am not an idealist. I think so. Let me approach it this way. Schelling is often grouped with the German idealists, but many people have argued that he's not actually an idealist because of his view of the evolution of consciousness out of nature. It's not the nature that Newton was describing. It's a nature that's alive from the beginning. Not that it's a person. Creativity isn't personal. It's very specifically in this Whiteheadian mode of thought that I'm engaging with. It's very specifically not personal. It's impersonal. It doesn't belong to anyone. Okay? And I know that is a stretch because usually we're used to thinking of creativity in anthropocentric terms. Whitehead is a very non-anthropocentric thinker in the sense that he's trying to get us out of imagining that human beings are the only conscious, mental, sentient creatures in the universe, and that in fact, we're not that special. We're not that special at all. Experience is pervasive in this universe, and we're a particular species of it. But creativity as the source is not already personal. Personality is something that emerged in the course of evolutionary history. So that's the first clarification I want to make. And this isn't idealism because I don't think, to put creativity at the beginning is to say there was no plan. There was not some God thinking about how it wanted the world to be, and then deciding to create that world. That's not at all what I'm suggesting. So it's not God at the beginning. It's not Jehovah or Yahweh or some personalistic being. It is creativity, which I think a synonym for would be chaos, in the sense that there's no definite order yet. Order emerges in the course of evolutionary history. And I do, in my cosmological scheme, make reference to God, but not a God as a designer that exists before the universe. God is, so if we're going to offer any explanation for why there is something rather than nothing, why did anything come out of this creativity? Why is there cosmos and not still chaos? We have to invoke something.
I'm curious though. Like, are you talking about dualism though? Or because here's where I'm confused, right? Because you're talking about these things like, you know, the universe is alive, that there's this creativity, and you're talking about what's natural. But I'm not sure whether you're saying, okay, like reality is this living process. And like you're still saying like, okay, yeah, I am talking about idealism because it's all this, living process that's happening. Maybe it's not like there's some personified, transcendent being or something like that, like a Christian version of idealism or something like that. Right. But then, or are you talking about some kind of dualism where it's like there's reality and all of reality has some kind of interiority where there's an exteriority? Because I'm like, to me, there's three categories. There's realism, there's idealism, and there's dualism. Sometimes you could say that maybe dualism is the form of idealism, or I'm saying that maybe that you could be talking about reality, like as itself as having this kind of dualistic nature. But I kind of feel like you have to put yourself in one of these camps. Even if there's like a subcategory of one of these camps, like you're either a realist, you're an idealist, or you're a dualist. And I'm still trying to figure out which one you are.
I'm searching for a position that doesn't fall prey to either extreme, idealism or materialism. I think realism, I would call it organic realism, is a middle ground, which is to say that, no, I don't think reality emanates from a mind. But no, I don't think reality emerges from matter either. I think those are both extreme positions, and that the actual evidence, and when I say evidence, I don't just mean objectively measured scientific data. I mean also the evidence of our interior life as human beings. Like when I do cosmology, I'm also trying to understand how it is possible that on planet Earth, a species evolved that became capable of civilization, at least for a little while. Like where did this intelligence come from? That's part of the data that needs interpretation. And I don't think we give it a good interpretation when we say, oh, it was just an accidental emergence. I also don't think we do it justice when we say that, oh, well, there was some God before time and space that decided he wanted to create these little creatures he could torture. Neither one of those.
I wouldn't advocate for either one of those positions either.
So tell me about your position.
Okay, I guess I'll just start then.
Can I say something first, real quick?
Yeah.
Since we kind of jumped off the format, my idea now is the person presents their perspective, and then there's a round of questioning about that perspective, and then the next person presents their perspective, and there's a round of questioning about that, and then open free form. So before you jump into yours, are there any lingering other questions that you'd like to ask?
Oh, yeah. I mean, like, I feel like if we did it that way, the whole time it would just be me asking clarifying questions and we would get nowhere. And we would, like, I've asked him this question like probably 10 times and I still haven't got an answer about it. And I still don't know what his answer is.
Well, he said
like, is he a dualist? I don't know. It sounds like he's saying that he's a dualist, but it also sounds like he wants to act like the tangible reality is happening in consciousness. So I mean, that sounds like idealism. So I don't know what his position is. I could go on with my case and then we could come back.
The idea right here, I would like, this guy needs to have an expanded category phenomenology. I'm a phenomenologist preferencer, meaning the intersection of epistemology, ontology, and phenomenology has me preferencing my individualized relationship to grammar and the world and to other individuals and the ecosystem of my soul, so to speak, and what it is it's doing embodied in the way that it's embodied. But this guy is clearly he's trying to exact a nucleus in Matt, like state your position so I know it, so I can actually attack exactly what that position is, and he's not getting it because he's caught not understanding. He's kind of like categorizing everything as not subjective. He didn't use that word, I don't believe, but I forget. The reason I paused just to interject was because he was using a word and reiterating a word. Like he's either a dualist or he's not a dualist, but he sounds like a dualist. And so he doesn't know whether or not to treat him as such, as if the idea of like neutral monism or a concept of a tertiary or whatever Matt said, which basically said, look, essentially I'm not coming down on either side of this. I'm kind of like splitting the difference, right? But let's see. It'll be interesting to see what Matt uses as a word that is greater than this narrow definition required field this guy's doing, which is precisely the pretext that Matt built up in his opening statement about I want this to be more of a discourse and not a debate per se with all of the fixings, debate with all of its showmanship.
Back around to it, but I feel like if I keep asking him questions, he'll keep answering, but we won't necessarily get anywhere. I could be wrong. Do you understand my question, Matthew?
I do understand your question, and what I'm trying to do is offer a different frame for the possible positions that one can take. And I'm trying to I'm not a dualist. I don't think that there are two separate substances or two separate ontological domains.
That's my point. So it's like you would want to nest the physical reality in terms of interiors, like you think that the physical world is happening in.
Here's what I'm saying, that the idea you have of the physical world and the idea you have of the psychological world or the realm of mind, I think these ideas are too abstract. Like, I would want to know, what do you mean by matter or exteriority? What do you mean by interiority? Because when I talk about experience, I'm not talking about something that's just inside somewhere. Experience has a private pole, a hidden dimension that's just inner, but it also has a public pole. There's an oscillation. Every experience implies an expressive aspect to it. There's no experience of the universe that's not also a component part of the universe that has an effect on that universe. And so I'm not a dualist in that I don't think that there's something called matter that is set apart from something called mind. I think we need to inhabit the universe where if we want to call it the physical world, then we have to recognize that physical, and let's draw it back to the original Greek sense of physis.
Well, and see, and this is the thing that I think that like Whitehead and Russell were contemporaries also of Wittgenstein. And Russell seemed to favor a lot of the works of Wittgenstein because of the way he was approaching kind of a logical positivism, but also because Wittgenstein was heavy in the development of truth tables as categorical reference for propositional analysis about whether something was true or false. So it's interesting that when Matt refers to mind, in my mind, there's a bifurcation between the grammatical lexical field of the intersubjectiveness of language. The mere fact that you guys, if you speak English, probably are picking up on what we're laying down, but relative to a foreign language which you don't speak, if you speak a little, maybe you pick up something, or maybe there's some human-esque aspect to the way in which an intonation in another language is said, such that you believe the conversation is sentimental or tender, as opposed to a conflict or an emotional arising, which would then leave a meta description of how we think humans work. But the idea of talking about the exteriority of the mind, Wittgenstein, basically, the reason I preference Wittgenstein in this regard is because he is basically pointing to one's use of reiterations of words within a particular grammar, and then the rules that correspond within that particular grammar, but where there's translatability generally of the words into other languages, such that nuanced distinctions, like in the Ukraine, their fixation on the distinction between light blue and dark blue, or the wearing of light blue and dark blue, has some cultural affect to it that in the West, the distinction is not as important, kind of like the idea that, oh, Eskimos have 14 different definitions for the word snow, where we just know, like, fluffy, powder, icy, and, like well distributed, kind of consistent, a certain consistency of like held together snow that's neither slushy nor powder, but has maybe different layering, a type of a confectionery aspect to the description, where the Eskimos might break down those specific different details, but where there is this instantiation of referencing a common empirical shared objective world in which to extract the domain or the closure or the closing, the concaveness of what it is to have a shared grammar. And by virtue of language being public and not private, the idea that mind is then displaced into one's articulation in that grammar is one way to resolve the idea of a public mind or a third mind, or the mind, like William Burroughs would speak of, like when two of us speak, there's a third mind. Or you could say Christ says, when more than two of you are gathered, I appear. If you bring me up, I appear in that domain. Once again, kind of like an intersection within a ricocheted association. And so I'm more interested in how many times and what shape of geometry do these guys hold relative to philosophy at large. I believe already that Matt is more well-read and articulated, and is probably going to swoop with this guy, but this guy's a little more obtuse, and I don't know how clever he is than Matt, but he's also taking on the debate, hawkish, debate-ish attitude, which Matt wants to kind of ease in, like squirt a domain of cotton candy around his feet and something like that. He might perceive it like that. Anyway, I'm babbling, as I normally do, as I do quite often. Oh, we got apropos wet snow. Hey, that's pick. Listening and interpreting philosophers while painting, and imbuing it with thoughts are symbolism. The process of painting is itself a piece of art. You had a good, Kerouacian stream of consciousness going on there. Oh, well, good reading that. Thanks for making the correlation. guess that's kind of what I'm driving at here a little bit. Meaning even someone like Jack Kerouac appearing to be like a new cultural outlier that delimits the cultural attitude of the Western U.S. 1950s mind, 1960s considerations of what a square is compared to what a greaser or a soc, or those that are the outliers being brought into, once again, yoked within a nucleus. Jack Kerouac, still being an outsider, has a means of kind of like I am grassroots or rogue array of philosophy based on not an entirely, like I'm well read in a few philosophers that I believe are more contemporary than a lot of what's being discussed here. But anyway, thanks, Apropos of what's now. Oh, Piro's there. Oh, Piro said A. All right on. Anyway, and so here we go again. Got to get the thing going.
This, which meant the growth of the plant, that there's some kind of inner life that unfolds and expresses itself. That's what physis means. There's nature comes from natality. It's a birth process, right? It's not just stuff in motion. And I know you are not saying it's just material stuff. So I'm happy to talk about the physical world as all that there is in this more original sense that the Greeks would have meant it, the ancient Greeks. That the physical world, yeah, it's alive, and maybe the mineral dimension is only minimally alive, and the plant realm and the animal realm becomes more lively, and then in the human being, there's this like active intellect that's like super cool. So there's gradations here, but there's no just empty inert matter that exists in some purely exterior quadrant or half of the quadrants. I think when we look at the quadrants, we're dealing with a heuristic. It's convenient for sorting and positioning different views. But when we're doing ontology, we need to understand how these aspects are part of a process that's integral. It's not, there aren't these separate boxes that reality exists in. There's some kind of dynamic evolutionary process going on, and we learned about it because of science. But it has religious significance, and religion needs to catch up to what science has revealed and understand God in a new way, given the scientific evidence. That's my cosmological position, I think. Hopefully that makes sense.
It doesn't make sense to me. Like, I think that every single person is talking about some kind of nesting, and I don't see you doing that, and so I don't even know what you're talking about. Like, you're saying that, I'm like, okay, so are you saying that? I don't know. It's like you're saying that it's not dualism because you're not talking about.
What I also wanted to add to was the idea that grammar is not merely the limit of what it means to share things intersubjectively, and then you got the Jungian archetypes trying to paint a history of like common subjective themas that arise within the individual, but one could spill over grammar on top of that and just talk about these archetypes being grounded still once again in grammar process. But I think the kind of mind and the panpsychism that Matt is referring to has more to do with not an unawareness of the grammar, just not a preferencing to focus like I am on it, but more of just speaking about mind as anything that the mind can consider. Whether or not one is able to articulate it or not. And then this guy is, like I said, I think he's a little more obtuse in that he couldn't pick up any of what Matt was saying, meaning he wants more of an exactitude or a concretization of Matt's position, and Matt busily drops the word heuristic, talking about a group of multiplicities being considered as a group, and then to, in one way, leap or exasperate the idea of what he doesn't understand by it, but also what he's presuming by it. So I do think he is narrowing down the idea of why he's a panpsychist. But then who knows what other tricks, verbal acrobatics these guys are going to throw at each other. I'm new to the other guy, so I don't want to be too presumptive. Maybe he's just very pedestrian and exacting, and he has this particular preference for exacting the categories in the limited space of his know-how.
One nested in the other. You're saying they're like the same thing or something like that. That physical things are the same as. I mean, I don't even get it. I think maybe from here I'll just go ahead and start, and then maybe we'll come back around.
That sounds fine.
Yeah, because I don't want to get bogged down. So I'm gonna start by saying that I appreciate Matthew for stepping up and stepping out there and putting his ideas and his concerns on the table, and for engaging in good faith with no like personal attacks and no bullshit. Like that's a great start, and I really appreciate it. Like in general, just the good faith debate and disagreement is a great place to start.
But I still don't understand shit.
Yeah, and I appreciate that in his videos that he started by trying to say some places of agreement, and so I'm going to try to do something similar to that. I appreciate the fact that Matt is not down with bypassing of reality, and I appreciate the fact that Matt is happy to reject dogmatic creationism. He says he values interfaith dialogue, and I can tell that he likes poetry, so I think we have some stuff in common there. I'm an artist and a philosopher, and so I like to think about life in a very creative, artistic type thing as well. And
yeah, well, pick up the pace, buddy.
You know, like I'm all for like poetry, like life as a stage. You know, things like this. Life is artistic. Life is creative. Yeah, I think that's great stuff. He says he values and understands science, that it's not just a fairy tale. So these are all great places to start, and it seems like we have some common ground to build on. I start out my talk on 2.0, indeed, like dismissing cosmological idealism, and in particular, I'm going after Wilbur here because Wilbur did the 1.0 version of Integral, and he's got more of a Buddhist kind of dogmatic sort of cosmology and creationism. Not so much the Christian one, but I would say that they're...
Okay, based on my own experience, I'd say that I do have a cosmological idealism, but that it's split out in times as if I was a sun or the pentagram or a fork, meaning that based on the experience of what I've had, I've through induction attempted to yield a conal end point, the opposite of the hypotenuse, trying to find the apex, and call that idealism or a cosmological ideal. And I say that because I believe I've been, it's weird to say I believe I've been, I want to make it as a knowledge claim. I've been under several attempts at reinterpreting my own experiences, such that I like the idea of there being an ex parte grander knowledge that was in one way downloaded or imparted to me, such that my real empirical symbolic world could be read in a theological manner, not in all of the instantiations of my claimed intersections with the supernatural, And I'll even break down those within the things that are naturalized supernaturalisms. But anyway, all I'm trying to say is that personally, I attempt to find an idealism and believe that there's some one way to describe an aquarium of other entities in the universe that may or may not, be contained in unification of the aquarium, but that the world, the Earth, is but a pebble within this aquarium of great amounts of aquatic, spatial, or interdimensional waters. That being said, that's how I would nuance into this guy, but Matt's not going to do that.
They're similarly unfounded. But this is the reason why around cosmology, I end up bringing up emergentism, because I think that if emergentism is true and the consciousness doesn't go all the way down and back, which is a relative fact claim as opposed to something like an absolute truth claim, right? Because we can actually potentially get in and start to measure and correlate these kinds of things, as opposed to an absolute claim about the nature of reality, which is really hard to falsify and do science about. So I think in the same way that evolution debunks the creation myth of Abrahamic idealism, I think emergentism debunks the dogma of the Eastern idealism. But I consider myself to be a realist, and really ultimately, as I said in the video, these are conclusions that I think that we come to on the other side of point 3 and 4, which are pre-trans distinction and epistemic humility. In particular, in this case, I'm going to focus on the epistemic humility, but I think the pre-trans distinction is going to come into play. In particular, this idea of qualifying our poetry and being able to back up even our poetic claims. Because again, I think it does kind of all come back to epistemic humility and intellectual honesty in terms of founding these things. And in that regard, I probably...
I'm right there. I'm just going to say, look, now, because I claim I'm of the experiencer class, and by experiencer class, I mean to say you have the muggles that ponder idealism and put gods in there, and the secularists and the atheists and the skeptics. And then you have of those, you got those that believe in a God, so they're based on faith alone, architected by histories of reiterations of cultures in certain texts. And then there's the experiencer class that are more prophetic or seer-like, maybe Moses-like, maybe Joseph Smith-like, maybe Muhammad-like, that type of thing, where they're claiming an actual engagement with something that they're going to call God. My distinction between them, but not a denial of them, and once again, is that there is a higher power, higher theos. Theos generally, vaguely, diffusely. So the idea of epistemic humility that this guy's talking about, I don't have it the way I believe he wants to drive it home, because he now is going to invoke the secular we of like the atheist experience, or the idea that one's phenomenological experiences can always be underscored with a naturalistic reason. Then you got people like the perennialist Arvel arguing Christopher Michael Langen's cognitive, cognitive, I want to say methodological universe, but basically where all denotations of things can be brought within an interiority, if you will, the field of language, as language matches one's world, leaving never an ex parte unit or variable or reference to lie outside of what he believes is knowledge or the common conception of knowledge. And the big pushback on that, even though he's supposedly the highest IQ guy, is still, I think there's ex parte factors, the unknown unknowns. So in other words, the difference between the experiencer class and the Muggle class is that the Muggle class says, we know there's these unknowns, but the experiencer class says, we know, we do know what you're calling the unknowns, right? But beyond that, there is another level, another layer of unknowns, and to which I then would agree with this guy. I need to remain humble to the extent that even my experiences leave, even though a broader domain of consideration about aliens or universes or greater intelligences that are beyond the apex human predator notion of however we are. Anyway, so I'm both agreeing and disagreeing, and then that'll lead, of course, to my notion that there is embedded contradiction where the category strains are not even able to be articulated by those that are putting them forth in all cases.
Probably don't think today is even the day to really make this about emergentism. Because
starts the conversation.
Even if emergentism wasn't true, where you could poke a million holes in it and show that it doesn't stand up, that doesn't, at the end of the day, if you want to make a claim about how the universe is, you have to demonstrate that it's reasonable and that it's rooted in something and that you can actually back it up. And I think,
well, see, and just for the sake of the audience listening, because I had what are considered through the normativity of time, or the idea of years and months and so forth, I had three distinct, profound. I've had what I consider to be other like type, more immediate, truncated, read into interactions with an intelligence to be above, so to speak. And I believe kind of losing my internal monologue for a long time allowed this emptiness of being to have more allowance or engagement beyond the grammatical field, to allow something in process evolution, process archaeology of consciousness or whatnot to take umbrage with. What was I going to say? Oh, so my point is that when I'm trying to defend my situation, in the first case I say I saw an unexplainable, like a UFO, in odd association time-wise with my girlfriend's death alongside her, meaning at the same time we both claimed that what we saw was this orb, and then she got this thing. So there was a communal aspect to one. The other one I say was of the natural world, but such that elements in the natural world were doing things that seemed very particularly rare, such that a ladder made out of clouds, I claim, was a Jacob's ladder, meaning that there was a type of interpretation of the real world, but one that still instantiated a categorical field, that led to my trying to drop all of reality in kind of a matrix or a Maya shield entirely away, such as to defy gravity itself, for the sake of putting what I consider the soul of my being open and primary to the universe. So that was the second event. The third event, I say, is more of the download or an emptiness that was able to be filled such that I could no longer deny the interpretation of symbols within the empirical world, including license plates and signs and such, that led me up north to see this red star, this hovering red jellyfish star that one could have said, oh, well, that is the flying spaghetti monster. The big irony about the flying spaghetti monster being a pun of God is that perhaps I am actually a witness to that, right? So because there's three of these events, I say I'm using an induction to presume that these three events in my life have some sort of mutual message or commonality beyond merely being these levels of relationship with an epiphenomena, whether it's singular, pluralized, like I said, an ecology of aliens or dimensions or something. It might be open, it might be closed. When it is closed, then I can import in my phenomenology all religious texts and really try to utilize the exactitude of Christ as a center thema in which to posit a descriptive array upon what I'm doing, meaning to envelope in Mohammed as a great God, as Jesus as a great God, and then re-eradicate my insistence upon this application by listening to people basically critique and shred and go through argumentation of these religions, but still leaving me with a theos, and one that I believe is justified through induction because there's a triad and because triangles are the smallest geometrical interiority with more than one side, like a circle. And that straight-linedness is itself at root of the triads of laws of logic and all sorts of different triads, justified true belief, phenomenology and epistemology, ontology, abduction, induction, deduction, all these triads that are built as if minarets or teepees upon teepees that yield kind of like if each block of Khufu's pyramid was in the shape of a pyramid itself. That would be more of a description of the geometry I'm trying to say is in fact a justification for my God.
That just the fact that this is the dominant view amongst scientists shows that that they arrive at this conclusion through doing science. It's not like one position asserted by one person once, as like, and then we can just point to them and appeal to authority. Like I'm not necessarily appealing to a personal authority. I'm appealing to what I would consider a trusted method of thousands of people working together to refine what we know as scientific knowledge over time, and that there are cross-disciplinary agreements around certain subjects. So even if we could say that there's holes in those theories or there's problems with it or something like that, I'm going to say that these people are doing good faith work with epistemic humility, and they're not like overstepping their bounds, and that it's a reasonable and valid theory. And in general, it's the theory that if you took any class on any relevant subject, this would probably be the view in which that you would
see. And as a sub-pocket, I don't mean to defame skepticism or defame the scientific method. I believe it's a free-floating or a module of truth, a type kind of erector set that is applicable when it comes to testing the things that science empirically generally tests, as opposed to when you're moving into the science of statistics and certain interpretive data sets become overly or underly criticized or defined, such as the experiment of cold fusion, for example, was initially passed off as replicatable, and other people said that they were able to replicate it, but they found out that the process itself was not fulfilling the definition of fusion. something like that. Meaning, I believe there's still a place for it, but I believe that's just merely one module in a cosmological, grammatical, human intersubjective set. And yeah, and I did read your last comment there, apropos wet snow. He starts off the conversation looking to pigeonhole the interlocutor. Yeah, it's weird, but I automatically presume that people are going at things with a conal shape to pigeonhole. Not all people, but Matt is starting with the openness. He prefers the idea not climbing up a mountain to reach its apex, but to look at a shoreline of the ocean in terms of their too many meaningful shorelines to get stuck on this idea of a hierarchy. And yet this guy is kind of inverting that.
That you would, be told. Now, again, like I'm saying, I don't think this is an appeal to authority. I think it's an appeal to a rigorous process. And I'm not saying that that's case closed, okay? Because I think that if I'm making a claim, the burden of proof is on me to back up that claim, just like it would be for anybody. And I do think that there will be a time and a place once I've put my positive case on the table to really get into the details of that. But the reason that we're having this debate in the first place, as Bruce said, and as you said, is that I have been critical of idealism. I don't think that it stands or it has, any validity or justification, be it evidence or logic on its side. And so I kind of think that if we're going to postulate a position, that we have to look into that. If you want to defend idealism, I think we should focus on.
Well, he actually does defend idealism, and his idealism is found and embedded within the trust of the scientific method to come about with truths that he himself believes to reference the map of consciousness or of philosophy. It's a preferential idealism that he is narrowing. It is the domain of his conal pigeonholing in one respect. Well, once again, it's valuable, but only where the needle on the record player finds its groove, I guess.
On that we should focus on seeing if there's a version of these ideas that you think can stand up to criticism. So let me say a little bit more. So you mentioned Kant, for example, and a lot of these German idealists, they start with awareness. They start with their perspective, and they say, like, you can't know anything out in the world except for through your senses, from your limited subjective perspective. This is their starting point, and I would agree with them. I think that phenomenology is the epistemic primary, where the consciousness is the epistemic primary. But I think that beyond that, there is a cosmological primary in which this awareness is nested. So the the context actually helps us to frame and know what awareness actually is, right? So I think there's actually, it's something like with epistemology, we would start with our experience, and then we would have to figure out ontology and like figure out what's happening in the world. And then through measuring things in the world and figuring things out, we develop theories, and then we can start to understand cosmology, which then informs what awareness is, right? So I think it goes awareness, and then knowledge is nested in that, and then through that knowledge, we can put our awareness in context. But I think what happens with idealism is they start from awareness, and then they have assumptions about what that awareness is. And then they nest knowledge in the context of that awareness, in the context of those assumptions. And then it just becomes circular reasoning where they reinforce what they originally thought about their awareness, without ever really having rigorously put it in context in a way where they demonstrated and proved that that was the truth of the context of awareness. to be able to know what awareness really was in the first place. So I would say that we all start from this position of not knowing what awareness really is either. Not just not knowing what the world is, but not knowing what our awareness is or what consciousness is, and that we would have to do work to establish both. And what generally happens is that people from this view don't do any work to support their actual position. What they do is they talk trash about the materialistic framework and then just think that if they can knock that one down, then their view stands as some kind of a alternative given. I don't think that's the case. So that's why I'm saying I think even if you could poke all kinds of holes in emergentism or even knock it down, that you would still have to do the work of justifying.
Now, I don't think Matt is an experiencer class, and I gave over all this guy, everything that he's saying. But he's still asking for what can be demonstrated in the public square as if phenomena of the individual, this awareness, is not itself exactable in an individual node or an individual human, such that it's not at play in the law of excluded middle or the objective world or the demonstratable domain, especially people that make claims of phenomena that are ephemeral and controllable. Hence, they're observed, but they're not testable within science. This guy's like trying to bring over a type of rationality of science back to science as a base of skepticism, which is fine that he does it. And because Matt isn't the experiencer class, as far as I know, he's more in a psychonaut in terms of drug use and in terms of reiterating the words and the ideas. We might be able to point at something that kind of generates an arrow outward, which I'm certain he will, but I don't think he himself would say he's experienced something that he would consider ex parte the world, but he at least ponders the idea significantly. And let me get back to that. And I'll read this note apropos put on here.
On your position.
He believes in certain
so
scientific.
That's why I guess I'm saying today that I'm not even that interested in trying to defend emergentism, because it's a little bit besides the point. The point is that the people who are claiming that idealists' views are valid and reasonable and logical don't have a foot to stand on. And so if you're going to support that position, I would like you to show that they do. And then if you want, on another day, I'll be in the hot seat and you can try to come after emergentism, and that's all we'll talk about. But if you want to stand up in favor of German idealism, then yeah, maybe you should make valid cases on their behalf to see if they stand, or even for your position, the evolutionary panpsychism. Like, I'm interested to see how you know, and if that's a valid theory. Because to me, to be honest, I think what Whitehead is doing is this whole linguistic game, which is a house of cards that doesn't actually necessarily even correlate to reality. I think what happens is that we do have a good amount of knowledge about different levels of reality. So like, if here's Earth and like our normal plane of existence, like we have a pretty good firm understanding of that. We've developed microscopes and telescopes to be able to start to understand levels down and levels above. And our knowledge within these levels, below and above, has also informed our knowledge of what's better, understanding better what's going on our level. But also what I see happening, going back to this idea of trying to poke holes in science and materialism to justify the idealist view or something like this, is that they'll point to the places where...
See, people, when he said like out of hand, like these people are just shitting on materialism, I mean, if they're of this either an ilk like Matt, it makes sense to do it, or like me, they have what they believe is justification to just kind of put materialism in its place and not preference it so much.
Our knowledge is the flimsiest to try and undermine places where our knowledge is the most firmly established. And again, I don't think this is ever really doing anything to actually establish the truth of their view. I think it all becomes like a sort of a solipsistic kind of game. And I'm not saying that this is necessarily what you're doing. I'm saying that this is the pattern that I've seen when arguing with idealists a bunch of times. And you don't even necessarily claim to be an idealist or a dualist. So I'm not saying that that's necessarily your thing, but yeah, I would like to see not just
Come on, put up your
casting
jokes,
doubt
man.
or trying to poke holes in things that are established, but actually trying to define and qualify and validate, your view and see if it stands. Let's see. Do I have anything else to say? I think that's probably it for now. Oh wait. Let me define some terms real quick, and then I'll pass it. Okay. When I talk, here's one of my main concerns in this conversation, is that I'm worried about how we might end up talking past each other, right? Because my understanding of how reality works is different than yours, and we end up potentially using the same terms to talk about different things. So, for example, like coming from a more emergentist perspective, like I would correlate consciousness to something like life happening at the level of like a cell or something. So I actually feel like that's very gracious to say that all living beings are conscious. So when I talk about consciousness, I'm not talking about sapience, talking about any amount of sentience. I would want to extend consciousness. Like a lot of people like talk about proto-life and proto-interiorities or something like that, and to me a lot of that is like pure semantics and kind of unfounded, without any kind of evidence. So I would make a distinction between consciousness and subjectivity, or sentience and sapience. And even within subjectivity, you can have potentially instinctive reactionary behavior all the way up to something like metacognition or something like that. So just because they're conscious in this regard, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're like conscious in terms of like enlightened or awakened or something like that. So to me, these are like three different levels of terms, ways that people would talk about consciousness or something like that. There's being a living being, there's subjectivity, and there's like enlightenment. And I think a lot of times these terms get conflated.
Notice the triad.
And so I don't know if there is a common language that we can find together around this kind of stuff, or like places where we might agree to terms, especially because we're saying things that like creativity is the ground of being. I don't know whose creativity or what that means, or like that these drops of experience self-emerge out of it. I don't know what it means when we say self, or when we say experience in this context. Like I don't know how this relates back to the reality, or like how we're saying that these things are experiencing, or even what this means. Like, to be honest with you, I don't know. I'm very confused about a lot of this. So if you have some definitions or some ways of parsing some of this, or explaining and justifying like how it seems like you're personifying these things, but maybe you're not, or I don't know. I think that's the end of my first statement. I think hopefully that helps in terms of getting some definitions or something.
Should I just launch in, Bruce, or I'll respond, and then I have some questions for David. Is that the idea?
Exactly, yes.
So thanks, David. That is helpful. Let me note some areas of agreement that I was excited about. So you were saying you agree with Kant that consciousness or awareness is epistemologically primary, but you think that there's also a cosmological primary. One of my questions for you is, what is that? If it's not matter, what do you think is cosmologically primary? I know you've asked me that repeatedly. I've tried to answer, but I haven't really. I don't know what your cosmological primary is if it's not matter. So that's one question, and I'll repeat my questions at the end. But another area of agreement. So yeah, I think what we need, in attempting to articulate Schelling's position as an inheritor of Kant, Schelling was really emphasizing what you said, that we need to coordinate between and create a recursive feedback loop between this transcendental perspective that makes our experience or consciousness first or primary epistemologically. We need to coordinate between that and this evolutionary perspective that says, well, there's an evolving universe out there that gave rise to us. And that view of us as an emergent product of a historical process of evolution, and the other view of us as transcendental subjects who come to know anything about this process based on the structures of our own mind, these need to be coordinated. We can't just dismiss Kant. I mean, if you want logical rigor and precision of argument and up-to-date understanding of mathematics and physics and biology as advanced as it could be in the 1780s, read Kant's Critique of Pure Reason. So it's easy to dismiss Ken Ham or whoever other creationist, but if you read the idealists, they were as conversant as anyone else on the planet with the cutting edge of science in their day. And that's not to say that science hasn't advanced since then, and I know you're not dismissing these guys. I'm not saying that. I'm just trying to point out that there are ways of being an idealist who privileges transcendental subjectivity as the epistemological primary that are very sophisticated and that totally aren't conversant
so weird that
with
he says
physics
the
and biology.
epistemological primary.
So it's not an easily dismissed position. But I think I agree with you, though. I'm not an idealist.
Phenomenological primary.
We need to coordinate that sense of epistemological primacy of our phenomenological experience with the fact that we emerged in the course of evolutionary history.
So I would just reframe it as
I think that's a point of agreement
primacy
between us. We disagree on
adjunct
what that evolutionary process is and what may have emerged and what was sort of baked in, right? You think consciousness or sentience emerged with life, which is a very respectable position. Look, I would call it biopsychism. It's not panpsychism, because you think the psyche or consciousness or sentience emerged. I know I'm using a bunch of words, but sentience, you say it emerged with life. I've been in dialogue with a friend of mine and a colleague, Evan Thompson, for a decade. He's a collaborator with Francisco Varela, who died in 2001. They developed what's called autopoiesis, an old school of thought called inactivism. It's basically the idea that the definition of life is autopoiesis, or self-production, which is more than just self-organization. It's the idea that a single cell is complex enough to give rise to a membrane that allows it to distinguish itself from an environment, to produce this little packet of negative entropy and to live, right? And that they think that when these molecules emerge into this cellular organization, an interior domain, they call it, of concern, and Varela actually did draw on Whitehead to call it a subject pole, emerges in the midst through the interplay of this complex chemistry. So they are biopsychists, and I think that's a very respectable position. I've been thinking with Varela and Thompson and their collaborators for a long time. I love that stuff. I've also been arguing with Evan about how there's a certain degree of ontological indetermination in this position, which is to say that if you say that sentience emerges with life and that before the first cell emerged, there was just neutral chemistry and physics, I think there's quite a gap there. It's not as severe as the gap as those who think consciousness emerges when neurons get complicated enough. It's at least recognizing that, life is different than physics and chemistry. And I agree with that. I don't deny emergence of more complex form, like cells and multicellular animals, and complex social linguistic animals like human beings. Like, these are emergent stages of evolution. All that I would criticize emergence for, and here's where, I'm not here to defend idealism. I'm here to integrate this epistemological primacy of our experience with this cosmological primacy of the evolutionary process that produced us. I'm not defending either position in isolation. I'm saying that they need to be coordinated and that we need to find some way of speaking that allows us to see the evolutionary process of nature as the expression of some sort of aim or desire. And, Wilber calls it eros. And that unless you have that baked in, emergence doesn't make any sense. Evolution doesn't really make any sense. And certainly the appearance of sentience all of a sudden because molecules started dancing in the right formation, it really doesn't make sense. And I know you don't want to get into emergence, but I mean, come on, you're grilling me on my position. I want to know what is your view of the emergence of sentience in single cells? Does what emerges have any freedom to redirect the behavior of the physical cell that it is possessing, or that possesses it, or however you want to view it? Is there any downward causation of the sentience on the behavior of the cell? Or is consciousness just as, T.H. Huxley, a Darwinian in the 19th century, he called consciousness the whistle on a train. It's not actually involved in the locomotion process. It's just this extra sound that may as well not exist. It's just frosting on the cake. It looks pretty, but it doesn't do anything. What do you think? I mean, I know you were defending freedom, I think, so you must think consciousness, at least in human beings, later on, of the evolutionary scale of complexity, has some capacity to exert a causal influence on the behavior of our bodies. And if you believe that, I need you to unpack for me what exactly emergence is, because that sounds like dualism to me. That's one question. What is emerging? Consciousness or sentience that can control the body of the organism it belongs to? And then just to say about Wilber and integral 1.0, which integral 2.0 is a reaction to, I guess I would say that before Wilber, integral was already a thing, actually. And so to say that Wilber is integral 1.0 kind of erases, thinkers who were explicitly using the integral terminology, like Sri Aurobindo and John Gebser, first of all, but other thinkers like the German idealists who are already doing, what Wilber later came to call vision logic, complex dialectical thinking, not just holding multiplicity in mind, but being able to integrate multiplicity in these hierarchies of understanding and holistic complexity. Like integral in a more generic sense pre-exists Wilber. And so if we don't, I agree, we don't want to.
Above the
how are you defining integral in this context?
In a way.
As the word integral?
As the capacity for vision logic, the realization that human beings have evolved through a series of worldviews. Gebser had a whole, I don't know if you're familiar with John Gebser or Sri Aurobindo, but there wouldn't be a Ken Wilber without these guys, and they were explicitly calling what they were doing integral philosophy or integral yoga, integral thought. So we don't need to say that Wilber owned integral 1.0 such that we need to react with a 2.0 to upgrade Wilber. Integral was far vaster deeper and wider than just Wilber from the beginning, right? And so that also was part of what triggered me about your video, besides the attack on idealism. So I just want to throw that in there. But I think my two questions were clear. I can repeat them if you want.
You also asked him to name what his cosmological primary is.
Right.
Thank you,
Not
Bruce.
matter what.
Yeah, I guess I'm with I think that, Einstein said that E equals mc squared. So all of matter is just energy and dynamic flux. So, I guess I'll go with energy as the cosmological primary, which, vibrating fast enough becomes matter. So
Potential energy or kinetic? Because if you say energy, that sounds a lot like creativity. But anyways, I'll let you go on.
yeah, you could qualify your creativity as energy, and I would be fine with it. If that's what you're poetically talking about, and
but we need to talk about what energy is. Like, what is energy?
Well,
remember I was talking about like vector feelings and stuff in our Facebook thread. energy has a vector. It's going somewhere. And, Whitehead talks about this, that there's an aim implicit in our notions of energy, in the sense that energy isn't just a static state like we used to think of matter as. Energy is a dynamic process. It has velocity. It's coming from somewhere and going somewhere else, right? So there's a sense in which energy is, I think, at least proto-teleological already.
See, I would not go there.
I would say that is jumping to conclusions that aren't necessarily founded. Just because there happens to be energy doesn't mean that anyone intended it, or that it itself intends to go somewhere.
Didn't say anyone intends anything.
Well, then what do you mean by telos? Doesn't that imply some purpose or intended direction?
So Aristotle defines two types of teleology. One that comes from the outside, that's more like the design paradigm that has.
You guys will have to listen.
Both
I'm taking a smoke break.
Like Richard Dawkins and creationists like him are obsessed with the design paradigm. This notion that form or the shape of an organism is imposed from the outside. The theist creationist says God imposed the form, and the atheist neo-Darwinian says that natural selection imposed the form. But the idea is that organisms are designed, whether through natural selection or through divine selection. I think we need a different paradigm entirely that's not based on design, but that's based on a purpose that is imminent, or that is more like a creative groping and experimentation than it is like something pre-programmed in advance, right? So the aim is sort of like initially a blind striving after just more intense experience. It's not after some specific.
But you're describing it in a personified way, though. Blind striving after experience. That's like a personification. So I mean, it sounds like instead of
persons are capable of more than blind striving. I mean, it's kind of pre-personal, I think.
No, but I'm saying that that striving implies that there's a being who's intending to do something. And I'm wondering how you're starting from that conclusion and end up because I mean, if you said it's energy, right, there's no personification in that. But when you say that the energy is intending, or that it's striving, or that it's being creative, or that it's experiencing, you're taking human concepts about personal experience and applying that terminology to inanimate objects, and I'm wondering how you're justifying that.
I'm justifying it because I cannot understand how agency, as I experience it as a human being and as I witness it in other human beings, I don't understand how agency at the complex level that human beings possess it.
Okay, so for me, Matt is describing a symbolic telos, or he's allowing teleology to be projected upon energy, upon whatever the localized unit. In my case, I'm the organism or the node that's progenerating this. Therefore, this as an energy yield in all of its capacity may have a telos to it, or a track trace, a directionality to it, or just a domain that has extrinsic exclusion. Right, meaning that the domain of myself as a creator embodies something of my phenomenological soul that yields a common strain that the other guy would say is like a projection that Matt's putting onto it. But Matt's not denying it so far, but I'm just saying I'm saying it's a projection that Matt's putting on of a telos, because one can be ascribed to it. Here we go again.
That is possible in a universe that is otherwise, whether outside of humans or outside of life, devoid of agency, utterly, completely devoid of even the mere hint of a striving or an erotic lure for more complexity. I don't understand how we can get to what we have unless it was in seed form from the beginning. And I'm asking you to explain how emergence accounts for how agency appears in what is otherwise, I mean, I don't want to caricature materialism, but it's not agential stuff. It's just...
Right. So you're saying that, if I can just repeat back to you what I think I just heard you say, is that you're saying that you assert agency at the beginning because you can't understand how agency would emerge. And so you decide that it must have been there from the beginning because you don't know how it would work otherwise. Is that right?
Because I've never even heard a potential theoretical mechanism that might explain how agency or consciousness emerges from inert matter.
So yes, that is what you're saying.
Yes.
That you postulate agency at the beginning because you don't understand how it would work otherwise.
Yes.
Ooh. Okay, so then my description is like I found the distinction between the two, where basically I'm saying yes, in this case Matt is projecting agency, hence projecting a telos, where the other guy is saying, look, let's just make this benign, this field benign, and not apply intentionality, hence not apply a telos, but then Matt can rewrap the package, so to speak, right? But I don't think he's going to, but he might. I mean, shit, this is only partway through, and I don't know how long I'm going to have this video open. But okay, I'm out to smoke break.
That's great.
Help me understand.
Well, let me deal with your other points before I try to explain that. So, what is emerging freedom and integralist vision logic? So, I would say I think that the first stage of vision logic is actually green, and so they're able to look at all this complexity and potentially hold contradictory ideas, but not in a consistent way. Like I think that it's only at the mid and late stage vision logics where you start to actually get some healthy forms of integration. So I think that deals with that. What is emerging? Is it freedom? This is your question. So let me see if I can. I think it's a good question. The question of freedom, and this is actually something that Alyosha wanted me to ask you, like if you believe in free will and what your relationship is to that. But before I pass it off and ask you that, I'll try and answer your question about freedom. My technical position that I have around free will versus determinism is I call myself a semantic compatibilist, which basically just means usually compatibilism is a form of like trying to find a middle position between these two different ideas. And the reason I say that I'm a semantic compatibilism is because I think that both first and second person ways of talking about your experience, as well as third person ways of talking about your experience, are both poetically valid, right? So for example, if I say, I want to go to the store, you want to come with me? That's like a first person and second person way that we normally talk about our experience, you know? Now, when science talks about things, they usually talk about things in a deterministic way, like this caused this, caused this, caused this, like billiard balls, right? And that they would say, oh, the reason that you want to go to the store is because you're out of the things you need to make dinner, and you want this food because you crave it, and so you're going to go. And I think both ways of talking about our experience are valid. I think probably they're both valid types of poetry, but in general, I would probably think that the scientific deterministic perspective is probably more accurate, while the first and second person ways of talking are maybe more useful.
I really like the way this guy is speaking about it, because it then brings up the notion of will and desire, organismal desire. It brings up a lot of organismal traits that it'd be interesting to see how Matt responds to this. Matt found this discussion to be a huge fork in the road, and that people needed to come down on this. Just saying.
And I think that there's a problem with something like free will coming online, because there is nurture coming up from the bottom, which has us acting in these instinctive reactionary ways. And then there's cultural conditioning coming down from the top, which is programming us to act in particular ways. And I don't really think that it's really possible to escape our nature or our conditioning and to get some kind of view or perspective from nowhere in which.
And this is what I meant by now the guy is exacting a nucleus within the cell, so to speak. And this is challenging Matt to now, I suppose he then has to speak of will and desire preeminently from the primacy of one's subjective phenomenological, or as he would put it, an epistemology of one's phenomenology. And perhaps it's my flipping the word, saying a phenomenology where one understands epistemology within a grammatical frame, and hence it's an inverse mitosis, like the separation of cells where one cell encapsulates both nuclei and the other one becomes an inactive cell because it's not supposed to be a eukaryote. Try to plug that in again. Once again, but all games, Wittgenstein might call this a language game, right, at this point, where now he's changing the boundary conditions for Matt to play in, the ring limits. So let's see what Matt does to respond
to act. So it's a complicated question. I think it's hard to say that there is something like freedom, although I do think that definitely if we decide to be creative and hold a meaning, and even if it's determined and like a part of what would you say, like given fuel by our intrinsic reactionary nature, maybe we're motivated in a sense by that, and it's expressed through some kind of cultural conditioning and ways of thinking, that we can definitely will things, I guess, and change reality. Like I still think that ethics is a viable project, that we should still encourage people to try to be good, even if there's even if just doing that is cultural conditioning, I guess is what I'm saying. So I don't know. I think it's confusing when we talk about free will because of semantics, because we are like basically trying to talk in two different linguistic systems at once, and those linguistic systems are not necessarily compatible. So I guess that's confusing, right? Because I'm saying that I'm a
This is where I'll say there's a lexical field, and people from the lexical field pick out their lexicon and word to use, and each field has a different kind of orientation and usage of the lexical field, and this guy wants to abrupt or thwart what Matt prefers, and he's noting this distinction.
List. But what I'm saying is the first and second person ways of talking about life and our experience are not compatible with third person ways of talking about our experience, even if they're both valid in a particular way. I don't know if that answers your question, but I hope that it does.
Well, it helps me, I think, understand your position more. And, earlier I was talking about emergentism, the idea that consciousness emerges from matter, having these two different possibilities. And it sounds like your compatibilism, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like a form of epiphenomenalism in the sense that you're saying, well, we have these ways of talking as if we were free, and that can be useful. And I wonder how it's useful if you're saying that actually ontologically, like in reality, it's just deterministic mechanism. It's the playing out of physics and chemistry and then some material conditioning of like a Marxist analysis of society or whatever, that we're ultimately shaped by all of this, even if we have this way of talking ourselves into believing that we're free and I guess it makes us feel better if we talk that way, even though in reality we're not free. I mean, is that uncharitable, or is that kind of what you're saying?
No, I don't think that's uncharitable. I think that's a reasonable way of trying to unpack what I'm saying. Like, for example, I do think that we could create a conscious AI, or at least that if we created, that if we worked on computers enough, that they could get advanced enough to the point at which they would be as good as conscious, and that basically, I think that, I do think that.
My distinction with this guy, I already believe, like a panpsychist, that even the media ecology that we're in right now at the current level of AI and interaction with the tech, that it's already been discovered. There is an AI that's reflexive and responsive to each individual, and hence even those watching this, yeah.
Consciousness is an epiphenomenon, like an emergent property of matter nested in matter. You could say that that's a type of dualism, but I don't think it's like a cosmological dualism. So maybe it's more of like an ontological emergent type of dualism or something like that.
Okay. So I'm glad that we can agree. I mean, so if it were, I would say that if your position was actually dualism, that then there might be some way of...
What I was going to say, though, is that the grammar is still the shared field. They're still speaking a common language. So the way the guy phrased it, I don't think was exact enough, or he didn't articulate, once again, a nuance of the common domain being the grammar, of which is the variable lexical decisions and choices and directions.
For consciousness to freely involve itself in the behavior of the body. Whereas I'm saying your position is epiphenomenalism, in that something like consciousness emerges, but it has no ability to change what's going on. We just talk ourselves into thinking we have the ability to change what's going on, and it's important, you're saying, to maintain that illusion for our well-being, our psychological well-being or something?
Well, I think it's complicated because on one hand, like when we're talking about freedom and ethics and, all of these, I guess, things that are potentially related to the well-being of conscious creatures and experience in the world, we have a particular programming language about that. Like for example, if you had this is why I bring up the computer thing, right? It's because you could have like a software language that in the context of the game of the software, it works in a particular different, linguistic style that's not necessarily compatible with the ways of thinking about the hardware or something. Like hardware and software languages are different, and
Well, and I was having a discussion with Piero at one time about the idea of making a video game that was unlike any other video game, because the way you'd use symbols on the screen and the way that the graphics, you could use kind of a combinatorial patterning for background that wasn't the same as a representation of a background, and you could do the same thing with characters in the foreground where you're like pixelating them or showing like a greater, not a history of their movement, but where they're depicted as a history of their movement, more snake-like or something like that. Like, I didn't get into particulars, but I was talking about a different kind of interface with foreground, background, characterizations, and that these things could be programmed in pattern, almost anxiety fields. And by that, I'll plug these guys in and I'll grab an example of the guy I'm talking to earlier on's artwork to deploy this idea compared to mine, which is kind of regular. It looks, characters among a foreground or a background.
Extent to which they can, but I do think, that you could build a computer, right? That hypothetically, eventually, you could build a computer, I think. guess is what I'm saying, that like could be technically conscious or something like this, and that it could potentially work on itself, you know, and then you would have something like a software, you know, being conscious enough to refine its hardware or something like that. So like, I think
well, it's almost as if he's saying, if there's AI, then there's going to be an explosion of the interface in the tech. Anyway, so I don't know the title of this work, but the actual fields of the ground in which this character is upon is not only wave-like, but it's of the same patterning of the articles in the air, or the items in the air. And if you can see the pyramidal shapes used in one way, I say, as an anxiety expression of a background field, where the foreground itself has passages all the way through it, that even the foreground is just made up of a diffuse patterning of allowance to go through, and not the discrete outlines of the petal where the interior are pyramids, such as to lock this flower as an interiored sentimental organism relative to veganism, right? Like, oh, great, this is like anti-vegan propaganda, right? You can't now even eat vegetables. Look at how much they're feeling it. And this boy, which I thought was a girl, is getting ready to cut them. And these flowers over here are the ones with the anxiety. They're the ones that are moving the whole field. Even the ground, you could say, is made of this plant's anxiety field that allows the foreground characters, in this case, to be diffuse, and up here the devil lady pointing to the moon as like in a way symbolically, you could say, like the harvesters or the death ghosts harvesting what do you call it, the post shit, that's one word I want to remember. Somebody type it in there. And then this one has a different, I'm not going to call it necessarily an anxiety field, but I might as well, in that this particular ghost field is within a discrete, elongated meta ghost with these nucleide ghost heads of multiplicity, 4 legs, 4 dead entities that are surrounded by this diffuse, contrasting interiority, contrasted to not only the black ground, which is fully covered and solid, but this realm of the black discrete ghosts versus the white semi-diffused or highlighted, meaning there's more particulates in there. And then you have these flowers overhead that are kind of carrying this ghost up, but almost like a feather, where the crescent isn't so much like a hay baler's reaper shape. It's more of a half moon. And I almost looked at that like praying hands over the cowboy that has now a plaid and a definite patterning, not just kind of something that is a non-referential interiority, imagined patterning of whatever this creature is supposed to represent. In any case, that's what that's where I was making an analog then to the idea that language is preferenced in one particular way, and meaning if Matt's preference is this field of atmosphere and this guy wants to overly populate it, but Matt would be more like trying to show the relationship between the plant and the ground, and like the whole of the energy within the picture, something like that, where he's trying to, I think, make a cosmological aliveness to all things in his panpsychism.
You said something about would this interiority be able to have an effect on the world? And yeah, within the context of its programming, it is able to have an effect on the world. But I mean, it is programmed by something in the world to be able to react in that kind of a way. So does that make sense?
Consciousness is software programmed by the world, by the material world. And consciousness has no ability to rewrite its own programming, right? Because that would be like some intelligence rewriting the laws of nature, right? So that's not possible.
Well, now Matt's doubling down on a determinism of this. So let's say, does Matt believe in free will, pocketed free will? Or, I mean, it's interesting to see, and maybe I'll have to listen more when Matt brings up the idea of free will versus determinism, or he starts moving the genre of the conversation in one of those ways.
Ask me that again.
Second smoke break.
Well, so I'm just trying to navigate, I think, the quandary that we get in when we think about consciousness as something that emerges from something material, where we have to decide whether the way that we imagine ourselves to be free is a reality that can somehow affect the material world that we suppose we emerged out of. And you seem to be saying, it's almost like you're saying we're stuck with the illusion that we have freedom, but science tells us that it is an illusion, but we should keep the illusion going anyway because it's useful.
Exist.
Well, yeah, there's a game that we're playing together, let's say, as a society, right? Because, okay, so I think that it's one thing to say that, like, in part of this, like, emergent property of consciousness, or like emergent process of consciousness. It's one thing to say that subjectivity comes online, right? That's an aspect of it. But I think there's also like what really becomes part of the software in there comes from a culture, comes from like being introduced and indoctrinated into the game as it is. So it's not just a matter of having the capacity for subjectivity. There also needs to be.
Well, and I'm wondering if this guy then has a theory on language itself and the human organism's apprehension or apprehensionability of grammar, right? Which has always been a question for Chomsky or other linguists to find the root of the consciousness in that field, that manner. Okay, smoke break.
Programming, because for a self to emerge, you need words and language and a concept to be able to have a self, to be able to have an experience as a self, like this is happening to me. So I think that's like why it's a little bit confusing with a lot of these things, is because it's not like there's an on switch really for anything. It's like, even when we're talking about like cells and stuff like that, like I've seen, there's like a really good TED Talk called "The Line Between Life and Not Life," right? Where this dude, he plays with all of these what he calls proto cells and stuff like that. He starts to basically take different chemicals and different things and put them together, in the lab to see if he can build life, basically, right? Build like the basic versions of cells and stuff. And I mean, you can see that he basically does this. He can come up with little proto cells that will have like some of the attributes of life, like locomotion, or a cell body, membrane, the ability to interact with its environment, and all these things. But I mean, it pretty much looks like it's just like basic chemistry. Like these proto cells, they like do one thing and they're done. And like, that's all they do. But then if you like put them in environments together, Sometimes they'll like merge, and then like a new cell will come out of it that has the two properties of the previous protocells. It's kind of amazing to see, you know. And I mean, I guess you could be tempted to want to anthropomorphize these things, but it also, like, and I mean, it looks like they're doing cell stuff when they're active, but it's just chemicals. So I mean, like when I look at that, like it seems like, okay, wow, well this makes sense, you know. It's like chemistry, but you can see how it starts to be the basic stuff for what life is. And I think, you know, if you follow this thread, if you look at the different places where it looks like the transitions might start to happen, I think what it is that it's not like an on switch. It's like a part of it starts to come online, and then that mixes with other ingredients, and then you start to get something like subjectivity. Like, for example, I think that you could have like a biological organism that evolved the capacity, yes, to have subjectivity, you know, but that doesn't mean that it like has the actual programming in place to give it subjectivity. Like, for example, like a baby might have, you know, a phenomenological experience, but it takes time for it to learn concepts for it to be able to get a concept of the self, right? So there's like stages of buildup in between. It's not like the stuff just comes online. And it seems like we do kind of understand the steps along this process.
Well, I both agree with the guy. I might have to shut this video down, guys, but it's called Cosmologies in Question, bracketed Matt Siegel and David Long, end bracket, parenthesis. And, sorry, parentheses, not brackets. And it is weird to talk about when one has subjectivity. The guy's talking about an infant or a prelingual self or an analysis, which is exactly what I wondered of what the guy would say on such a things. And so maybe I should let him finish speaking this part. But just the word subjectivity is part of the lexical field which exacts the interiority that we say separates each other, hence giving the grammatical term of intersubjectivity some sort of like means of using the grammar to coordinate and articulate what one is subjectivizing in language, where perhaps the emergence of a subjective is actually biological right out of the gate. It's just that the child, being prelingual, doesn't have a distinctive category yet to call it because he hasn't emerged within the epistemological lexical field of his mother tongue. Let me go ahead and let him play here.
So, I mean, it makes sense to me when I look at it. Like, it seems like it makes sense. I'm curious if you have any other like justifications or validations for asserting agency all the way down and back, besides just that you don't understand how emergentism could work. Have you done anything to try to falsify that or justify it? Because, like, again, when I look at the steps of this process, I think that we could come to conclusions about what different levels, what the capacity of these different levels are based on like looking at their behavior or something like that. And when we look at these like really, really simple stuff, it doesn't look like they do have any kind of form of agency at all. It looks like it's just stuff. So I don't know why you think it has agency. Like, is there any way of trying to justify that besides just asserting it or falsify it or something?
Sure. So I think you asked me earlier what I think about freedom, and I appreciate your response. It helps me understand where you're coming from better. So I can answer that question about how freedom might be possible, because I do think I have a stronger position than you on freedom. I think we are free, not like pure libertarian freedom to do whatever we want. Of course, we're conditioned by our culture and by our society. I can't sprout wings and fly out the window, even if I want to. It's not like that kind of freedom, but I think from moment to moment, we're able to assert some degree of agency that allows us to affect the course of events. How is that possible? And I think that might, trying to answer that question might help me provide maybe another angle of approach to why I don't think emergence can account for consciousness. So, the whole problem of freedom and determinism comes from a particular view of nature and a doctrine that sometimes is called the causal closure of nature, which is, the idea that, you can talk about it in various ways, that everything has a cause and that science is in the pursuit of explanations in causal terms that are exhaustive, and that there's no room in science's deterministic picture of a law-abiding physical universe for anything like freedom. There might be room for chance when you start to talk about quantum probabilities, but randomness is not the same as freedom, so that doesn't help us. But there's a tradition in the philosophy of nature. It goes back to Schelling and some American philosophers like Charles Saunders Peirce. He developed a whole notion of semiotics. He's not a panpsychist, but he's his position is, you could call it pan-semiosis.
With semiotics is the exercise of atomizing words and or even fragments of words into meaningful, like he says, like semiotic registers. Well, he doesn't say that, but like a cloud of semiotic patternings. It leads to structuralism and then deconstructuralism or destructuralism.
And semiotics is the study of meaning and sign interpretation, and Peirce would describe it not as interiority going all the way down, but as sign interpretation going all the way down. Very fascinating thinker. Point is, like Whitehead, he thought that what we call physical laws are really habits that emerge, like everything else, in the course of evolutionary history. Physical laws are not just eternally imposed, as if they were fixed from the beginning of time. That's how physics sometimes imagines it, when it's working in this design paradigm that I was hitting on earlier.
I have had to, in the creation of a dark art, develop a notion of an anti-theos, such as that the production of the artwork in its infinitude or its eternality as a finished piece runs roughshod against a type of theological idealism that has a type of moral conflict, but then I take artistic license as a human organism that also agrees that it's making the choice to make the painting that I'm making, and somehow segmenting it away from the shared surface that the human muggle or the secular organism of humanism prefers, away from the idea of what is theologically most ideal and correct, something to that effect. And so I did have to fight with that, and I had to artificiate the justification, because theologically it appears that I'm doing something sinful moralistically. I am continuing the painting because I realized I can paint a little bit more, and Matt's response also was answering my inquiry. And I don't want anyone listening to this to think that I'm not myself feeling a type of internal philosophical conflict listening to guys in disconnect, or almost connecting the way in an ocean you might feel a warm wave of water and with an undercurrent or an underlayer of cold water, or vice versa. They come in different pattern sets, and such that my own universe, your universe relative to me, is still an individual node where your life's VIP. And that being said, it's like interesting how the conversation itself disaffects me internally, psychologically, the same as smoking. When I do something like this, it feels like an act of fire or war, or avenging a certain ideal, or just simply choosing it in a universe where a judgmental God, even found within my own morality, would still allow it as a permissible act in an all benevolent universe, such that all things that abound around you and all of your conditions are theologically determined, or not ecstatically presented. Something like ecstatically presented, like immediately ecstatically always exuded.
Physical law is imagined as if it were just a code written into the universe at the beginning of time, when I think actually a more evolutionary way of understanding law, a less idealistic way even and theological way of understanding physical law, is to see laws as more like habits that emerge in the course of evolutionary history, and that the physical world, because of the degree of creativity or freedom that can be expressed in the behavior of protons and electrons and atoms and stars and galaxies, even very minimal degree of freedom can be expressed. This level of physical existence tends to repeat what just occurred as it unfolds through time. There's not much innovation. There's not much capacity to go against just the inrushing feeling of the past, the pressure.
Okay, I was talking and writing earlier today about the echo off of artwork, or when an artist produces a piece of work, he should see some form of empirical echo, the ability to reinterpret something in the real world that in some manner is an entanglement with their production historically, as the production is they're aware of it in their mind, or if, like me, you're conditioned to such an echoed kind of a displacement through a hologram of knowledge that is not spoken, that is just kind of known. Like if there's an earthquake by me, I presume that my neighbors a mile away felt it, right? Something to that effect. But it's more of the idea of the unfolding hologram of information does sometimes has a synchronicity to it, an exact synchronicity. And in other cases, or it also has an echo that is temporal and hence comes about at a different time, or is an echo to something of one's past, in terms of how they're trying to reinterpret certain aspects of their universe to find an association with elements of their creation. All right.
Of the past, it's determining everything, right? So it seems law-like, and it's law-like enough that we can use math to describe what's going on. There's a high degree of repetition at that level, but as soon as you get to life, Gregory Bateson, the philosopher and cognitive scientist, used to use the example of if you kick a rock, you pretty much know what's going to happen. You might stub your toe, but the rock, if it's not too big, it's going to roll down the hill or whatever, and it's kind of just a physical process. But if you kick a dog, depends on the history of that dog. It depends on its interior experience, its mood, its personality, how it will respond. I'm not advocating that we should kick animals, but it makes the point that there's more capacity for novelty of expression, more capacity for freedom as you move up the evolutionary hierarchy of complexity. And so rather than this opposition between deterministic physical law and apparently free human consciousness, I think we can, in a more evolutionary way, understand how freedom evolves, and greater capacities for the expression of freedom emerge in the course of time. And when we're talking about the physical world, I think it's, again, just to reiterate, it's actually a more idealistic and theological interpretation to say that there are physical laws that are fixed for all time. Like, where did those come from? It's, I think, more productive, more naturalistic, more evolutionary to imagine that law is actually just widespread habit, and that in the course of evolution, more novelty becomes, organisms evolve to become capable of more novelty, and humans seem to be especially free in that we can imagine utopias and strive to realize them. So yes, I affirm human freedom. I don't think it's in opposition to some mechanistic determinism in nature. I don't think nature is a machine at all.
Why isn't the idealism determinative? You just said and achieve this idealism, but why isn't the idealism itself determined? Like, it's like another category, like the subjective, that once one emerges into language and learns about an idea and then formulates an ideology towards that idea, and then steps back and realizes what's the best imaginable idea is an ideal, and that applying a logical process within grammar, one then extrapolates the idea of an ideal, and then hence, if Matt's going to grant some latitude to the novelty of more, I guess, sophomoric or slower apprehension of categories in one's development, then he could make some sort of idea of a disjunct. But then it just, to me, that would show Matt's age, that he'd be disclosing a certain type of naivety if he doesn't include, meaning he wants to grant over pockets of freedom because of the layered notion of stacked novelties that allow such things between the rock and the dog and the human. Yet at the same time, he's doing so on the opposite pole to speak of idealism as an orientation of a consciousness that is free. We're free to orient towards that, but that's questionable. Meaning, I'm not favoring Matt's response as of yet in this regard.
Has some sort of causal closure. I think nature is a creative system. Nature is an evolving process. It's not a deterministic machine. It's more organic than it is mechanistic. And in that context, I think human freedom is real and makes more sense.
I mean, I don't think that anybody who actually had a deterministic view would be convinced by that, because if you're saying that we can try and we can actually affect the world, they're going to be like, well, you're doing that for a reason. You're doing that because you're motivated by your natural impulses, and it's influenced by cultural conditioning. And that if you do anything, there's probably a pre-given reason for it. Like you said, even if you kick that dog, like, it's going to do what it's going to do, either because it's naturally motivated to do it, or it has some kind of past history that makes it react in a certain kind of way. Whatever it does, it's going to do that for a reason. And I mean, I guess this is why it gets into the semantics a little bit, because if you're determined to talk about things as if in terms of cause and effect, in the context of that way of talking about things, you're never going to be able to get at freedom, because there's always going to be just I mean, this is why I'm saying, like, I think I'm more of a semantic compatibilist, because basically when people talk about determinism like this, they just seem like they're dedicated to a type of third-person description, which I don't necessarily think is helpful. But at the same time, you know, in the context of the kind of conversation that they are having, it's not like they're wrong. Yeah, the dog did scream because it's got biological natural factors at play, or it did like pee itself or like attack because of its past, you know, conditioning or whatever, or something like that. What would you say to that, Matthew?
Oh, I totally agree. I couldn't convince a determinist that they have freedom. I mean, that's something that we each have to discover for ourselves.
Okay, fair enough. Well, do you think that you can justify this idea of agency down and back without?
It's almost at that point, Matt appealed to a colloquialism, merely a colloquialism, instead of a shift to the phenomenological, which shows Matt's adherence to this a priori epistemologic preferencing. I think the guy hit him right on the head with that one, not in exactly the ideal domain that I was hitting him on. Get it? Pun intended, ideal domain. But at the same time, it seems I don't know. The guy said something I wasn't quite agreeing with.
Saying that you don't understand emergentism, or without trying to say that the ideas of science are theological or something like this. Because what it kind of sounds like you're doing to me is like the same thing I was saying about idealists before, or like, you know, the guys who talk about the primacy, like we spoke about, you know, it's like they want to start with awareness, and then they talk about naive realists, right, who just take their senses for granted and think the world is just how they perceive it, right? But then I think what actually ends up happening is that then these people who want to say that awareness and phenomenology are primary end up taking that for granted, end up having a type of naivete about what that is and a pre-given assumption, and then they talk about scientific knowledge as a kind.
Well, and see, it's weird for me to have come to, through a process phenomenology, to the idea of being exactly who that guy is describing. I am that guy. Not saying that I remember immediately, immaculately engaging into the epistemological domain, but I do recognize my sophistication over the years from when I was a child in order to articulate from this particular field. And so I do think overall, though, I did have to go from an a posteriori prelingual organism that emerged into epistemology and recursively then swapped out and said a priori knowledge is predominant, and so we're always looking for cause now. And instead of saying, well, there's these emergent fields that aren't necessarily meaning they emerge at the same time that one can understand complete sentences in their mother tongue, and hence the nouns become more complicated or more abstract over time, which in one way justifies the guy's point. But my point is that there was this kind of pulling out of the epistemological requirement to view the world in terms of causation that made me realize and then preference the phenomenological field and diminish the epistemological intersection with it, right? Such that the whole field of my reality is now starting with the premise of what is it that I'm interpreting, not just what is it I'm sensing, but how it is I'm interpreting it. And then if I'm possessed by this other, it will exact an interpretation such that it will direct me specifically. And that I've been testing on my own over the years to see what kind of end results are. So far, no duplicate red electric jellyfish star, but we're still working on that one because archangels somehow are supposed to save the world by freezing it, like closing the matrix, not through death, but through arising to a higher valence.
As a type of belief system, because we really can't know that, because really all we have is phenomenology. And they actually get stuck in circular reasoning, assuming that their pre-given assumptions are true without actually going through knowledge. And like for example, like here I'm saying, like, well, you don't understand emergentism, and you're kind of like poo-pooing scientific laws as if they're a belief system. And you want to talk about it as habits, and you want to talk about agency going all the way down and back, and it just seems like you're committed to talking about it that way, but you haven't done anything to actually establish that that's actually the truth. And I'm wondering, like, can you use knowledge about the world that you gain to support this view and validate it, or are you just being like, oh well, our knowledge is not really that trustworthy, I like to think about it this way? Because like that just seems to me like you're begging the question, and it's caught in circular reasoning. You actually haven't established it or proved it. In the same way that like it wouldn't be just okay for a naive realist to just take his thing as a given. I don't really think that it's okay for us to just take our assumptions about the nature of reality as being having agency as a given either. I think you would have to establish that.
Yeah, well, let me just clarify. I'm not poo-pooing physics as a belief system. I'm just saying that physics, given the evidence of the last century of, and I guess if we want to include Darwin, the century and a half of scientific discovery, I think the science that Newton inaugurated needs a new metaphysics, because the universe is not the mechanistic clockwork system that Newton thought it was. And that's not in opposition to science. That's a result of taking evolution seriously, not just on the biological realm, but for the whole universe as an evolutionary process. It's a time developmental process. That's what we have learned scientifically. And quantum and relativity theories totally destroy the old materialistic notions. We talk in terms of energy now and quantum potentials. And let's start with energy.
In one way, Matt is far more of a scientist when it comes to philosophy at this point. And then he likes the process ontology of Whitehead, but he's also trying to then integrate the idea of evolution or Darwinism as a predicate kind of array to make an analog to his cosmology in some way.
Energy was not content to remain in its potential form. Let's say, let's just use the Big Bang, the general theory of inflationary cosmology, and talk about this as an evolutionary process. I think it's one of the best theories we have, even though, strictly speaking, there's a lot of, it's more like a Rube Goldberg machine. It's a model of models, and there's all sorts of contradictory evidence. But I'm willing to say it's the best model we got going, so we may as well run with it for now. We begin with energy. It wasn't content to remain, the universe began, we won't get into how that might be possible, but it began and it started as just a soup of electrons, like a plasma. And then quarks and protons and neutrons solidified, and then the first atoms emerged. And the way Whitehead describes this process, rather than just a bunch of abstract laws playing out their information processing program, he's like, oh no, okay, these electrons, protons, neutrons, he calls them primate organisms. They are themselves highly complex, self-organizing systems in comparison to the plasma or the quantum void that preceded them. And then these protons, neutrons, and electrons, he says, they enter into a symbiotic relationship with one another when the first hydrogen atoms emerge. And that this organism, the hydrogen atom, by bringing together these formerly separate parts, it's an emergent product of those relationships, and it has new capacities that weren't present in just the electrons, protons, and neutrons. And then that process repeats itself as hydrogen atoms coalesce into stars. Stars are an emergent product of atoms. Much more complex stuff going on with stars. And Whitehead is imagining this whole, I don't want to go through the whole story, you know it well. Whitehead's imagining this process of cosmological evolution as a process of organisms in an ecosystem co-evolving with one another, where there's a clear tilt toward complexity. And plenty of physicists have run the calculations in terms of probabilities to say that in only 14 billion years, for this universe to have gotten to the state of complexity that it is in, at least on this planet, highly improbable. Highly improbable event. Now, I'm not trying to make some God of the gaps argument. Indeed, I don't think that this thing was designed by a God, but I think there was an intrinsic urge toward emergent evolution of higher capacities for experience, deeper capacity.
See, the way Matt anthropomorphizes his language here is really interesting, in that he's then switching to calling an atom, adding the idea of it being itself an organism. Seems as if he wants to use this organismal anthropomorphized comparisons as a kind of a draw to pull together a certain polarity that I don't think this guy's going to let him get around. And the only reason I suspect that is because Matt expressed earlier that I think this video was linked off of another video, and he expressed in that earlier video, which I think is on his main page, or the main video on his channel, that this guy, once again, was kind of throwing a fork in the road for him, and that the ramifications of this particular division are very huge for Matt's. So I would imagine the guy really kind of upset Matt, or he tried to get at the foundations or certain integral foundations of Matt here, and it's kind of interesting. Certain things get under people's collar. Mine was finding out somebody saying something like men who are peacocking are showing their moral deficit, or their moral duty as a type of a deficit, made them seem sophomoric, and somehow I fulfilled that bill and felt some sort of guilt about performative creative art, as it would be called, peacocking, as much as I agree with the intersection of the categories. But quackery, I finally get someone.
Hydrogen atoms had a deeper capacity for experience than was present in the plasma, and stars had a deeper capacity for experience than was present in the atoms, and on to multicellular, to single cells and multicellular life.
I don't mean to interrupt. I understand that Whitehead postulates this stuff, but what I'm asking, this you said there wasn't a you talked about the beginning of the world with this intrinsic urge. I'm asking, how are you justifying this assertion that there's agency all the way down and back? And you've pointed to probability here. You've pointed to Whitehead. The probability thing, the what are the odds thing, I don't find that to be a very convincing thing in general. What are the odds that my pin was going to land right there?
It's the problem with the Drake equation, meaning the Drake equation, if you take it at the base core, you're trying to figure out how many intelligent worlds there would be, by the definition of by intelligent, they mean would have the capability of sending radio waves. Right, so that you're already assuming that they have a type of a grammar built, a community or something that would be able to yield a radio wave. And in lieu of us receiving any radio waves, and then utilizing kind of one's notion of a distributed universe compared to the idea of an infinite universe, where not receiving in an infinite universe, other intelligent lives are sending radio waves, but because we know that other galaxies and bodies are moving away from us at a faster speed than light, we're not receiving each other's communications or something like that, right? So there's a lot of these pre-assumed hoops to jump through when one is attempting to utilize the Drake equation as evidence. And before I became a theist or had any of these experiences, I always answered one. How many planets are there in the universe with intelligent life? And I just undermined all of those prerequisites as presumptive and presumptions, and just said one, this one. Now I have necessitated some sort of other dimensionality, otherness, that in one case is overshadowing or eclipsing my knowledge set, that you could call a god as opposed to a Google god or a media god or America's inclusive concavity of techno information, and my notion that AI responsiveness is already here, meaning a conflation between Google God and the concept of an other dimensional God, such that so when you make radio waves and you send them out, and then the aliens come, and you get Area 51, and you get these rebuilt, re-engineered new tech for humans to deal with, or you grant overall tech to humans, but you still assume aliens came as a response to sending out radio waves. But now we have the internet, and the internet has a different sort of complexity to it and wave pattern to it. And so now we're getting more species of aliens or dimensions or interactions that only the non-muggle wants to pay attention to, and the polytheist might start denoting different aspects, and the secular skeptic would say this is all just psychological, internal, subjective mind games that are generated. But once again, my justification is empirical sense data, communal sense data, and being eclipsed in a knowledge and an interpretative set that I didn't have I guess I had the biological wetware for it, if you will, but I also had the intellect and the openness, the liberalness of openness of interpretation to go beyond what one would normally interpret as a limit, such as other people's Matt's inability to jump and fly. I went ahead and leapt myself with the notion that I will be flying, and in one way landing on aka this planet, which was an entirely different planet for me than before I jumped. But I still think I'm on the same planet. It just feels like I'm in a different universe now.
You know, it's like, well, it's going to land somewhere. I don't know. So it's like, well, what are the odds? I don't know. Like, I never like the what are the odds kind of argument. But like, I'm wondering, like, how this is my question, not like, what's the story, but like, how do you justify it? How do you prove it's true? Like, how is this not just a house of cards where it just asserts agency all the way down and back? Like, how do we test it and prove it and know that it's right?
Well, because we're here. I mean,
oh man, because we're here.
I think you're putting the burden of justification on my position, and I accept that challenge and will do my best. But at the same time, you were unwilling initially to even go into emergentism, and you were content to say this is what most scientists, some version of this is what they will say. But I don't actually, let's say the question of how the universe emerged from nothing, if there was a Big Bang, the only explanation I've ever heard for that is it just happened.
Well, that's actually, I mean, you should look into it more, because a lot of cosmologists don't think the Big Bang is the beginning. They think that it's either, some kind of a bouncing, collapsing in on itself and expanding, or that maybe the Big Bang was the other side of a black hole and the universe is recycle or something like that, since there's black holes in the middle. So
Well, now this guy's idealizing what the current science calls the Big Bang as, not trying to point to an exact primary moment where cause and time and effect occurred, but kind of ignoring that aspect and just talking about inflation of space. So an inflationary period ex nihilo doesn't say what it was, but these people project a pre-universe that's tangential to this one, or an energy that's inverse and oscillatory, or an antimatter, or any other thing. But the sciences basically talks about an inflationary chronology, and that you can't track it all the way back, and it's in the inflation itself that is what we call the Big Bang.
I mean, like,
or this is one universe in a multiverse, and every other infinite universe, or there's infinitely many other universes, and they don't have life.
We could say we're agnostic about that. You know what I mean? And when I said that I didn't want to defend emergentism, it was because I think that we could probably agree that the people who come to these conclusions are coming to these conclusions with intellectual honesty, and that they're making a rational argument and pointing to evidence, and like there might be gaps in that evidence, but I would like to think that we could probably all agree that there is at least a reasonable argument behind this stuff to try and justify it. And I mean, like I said, I'd be glad in the future, like I try to make like a ground up case for emergentism, starting from this phenomenology as the epistemic primary, establishing other minds, peer review, science, and building up to this thing from nothing. But I don't see you justifying your fundamental assumptions. Like, I'm fine to start with nothing and be like, okay, we don't know what consciousness is. We'll start from I think, therefore I am. I have nothing.
See, and I won't start with nothing, because I believe in order to have the dialogue, you have to be immersed in the grammar, and that it's within the grammar one develops positions and the notion of positionality, and that what's being called upon is a type of apositionality, but not, I don't know. Let's see.
No clue about what anything is in the world. All I know is that I exist. And
he's untrue. Like, just to know that he exists, he must have some other body of knowledge such that he was able to use the term I exist, and appeal once again to this Kantian notion of how one justifies themselves. So he's being kind of archaic and nostalgic, I think, in the defense back to Kant, but I still don't know what I was exactly going to say.
And start from there and build up to the conclusion that I come to. But I think what's happening is you're starting from an assumption and then just asserting it, and you get caught in circular reasoning, but you haven't backed up your fundamental claims.
I'm just trying to give an account of cosmogenesis that allows me to understand how me and you and Bruce came to exist. And I think that I'm doing my best to be intellectually honest about what the possibilities here are. And I grant that the emergentist perspective has a lot of good reasons going for it. And, I have and continue to be in dialogue with scientists and philosophers who take emergence seriously. And I value the intellectual exchanges that we have. But as a metaphysician, as I said earlier, it seems to me to be ultimately unsatisfying ontologically to say that consciousness emerged at some point.
So my point is because one has this recursive field in order to point back to oneself to justify their identity in the Kantian fashion, there's already Jesus, I don't want to forget it again. There's already an ordained field in order to even get to that. And by ordained, meaning, like the guy said, different sophistications as one is complexifying the grammar to point to abstracts, to reference abstracts. and then to ground those abstracts on one's description of one's consciousness, as philosophy tends to do in this particular argument, at least. And so my point is, in the end of my book on embedded contradiction, I'm saying, look, the book itself is an introduction to modular truth. It is to say that whatever this geometry or the shape of Matt's raft, or this particular paradigm, not unlike his or mine or what I think anyone else's is a modulated raft of knowledge that at a certain level of education and co-commitment to the excluded middle aspects of facts. I mean, when someone becomes a psychonaut or insane, they're decoupling from that type of a ground by necessity. But what I'm suggesting is that if you take the turtles all the way down on anybody's arguments here, you're going to find something that I think is a modulated basis for truth. So I call it modular truth, right? Like a mobile house is modulations, or different than components, like necessary components, more like additive branches that support a raft, something to that effect. I should read the comment here if I can before I start this. Heidegger ground planets that he had to project onto the world. It'd be the first place. Oh, well, I read Being in Nothingness by Heidegger, and it was the weirdest read, but I read it in a nursing home. And I thought Dasein was actually an echo of the orb, that somehow I thought Heidegger was describing what it was, instead of describing being and being through time, if you will, or being's relationship, which he kept reiterating like sentences and words. He really drifted through different descriptions of what Dasein was, and the ontos and ontology and the ontic. Really meddled again mentally with that, but in my mind I had supplanted Dasein as opposed to a definition of his soul or being, sense of being, or being and qua being. I had supplanted the idea that perhaps Heidegger had seen an orb and that he had generated a philosophy about being, or that was supplanted as being, or like a way for him to encode perhaps a secret that only very few people knew. But and then I realized, no, I don't. I distrusted my interpretation. We're getting closer to the end here.
The evolutionary path.
Then I'll stop.
Because given the epistemic priority of our consciousness, as we both agree to, I don't even know how to begin imagining a theoretical mechanism to explain how that consciousness could emerge from something that was just material surfaces colliding. I can't even imagine the theory, much less like trying to test the theory. And so I don't know if you can explain what the theoretical mechanism is here. I've read a lot of these emergentists, scientists of various disciplines and philosophers. I've never encountered an actual theoretical mechanism to explain how consciousness or sentience even emerges, whether we're talking about consciousness at the level of a human brain or sentience at the level of a cell. How does that happen? I have never heard a convincing account of that.
Well, I mean, I can send you some videos about it, and maybe you can tell me if they're convincing. But I'm asking you if you can justify postulating agency all the way down and back. Like, can you justify that?
My justification would be to say that the fact that there is something rather than nothing suggests that there is a will to exist, and that that will to exist might not be a deliberating divine intelligence that planned all this in advance. I think it's more like a Nietzschean or Schopenhauerian will that's like involved in the evolutionary process and striving for consciousness. It wasn't conscious in the beginning, you know. And so,
and how did it know to strive for consciousness? And why are we saying that? I mean, like,
it didn't know where it was going. It didn't know where it was going.
Is this just a word game? Like, is there a way that you test the ways that your assumptions line up to reality? Can you, like, is it just like, well, I don't know how it could be another way. I really like the way that this looks.
Well, one of the ways I test it is pragmatically. And so for me, pragmatically, you know, your position on human freedom is just a word game, basically. I think that
it's a qualified word game, though. Like, sure. I don't just assert it. Like, I would test that. Like, okay, here's the test.
Well, my
like,
test, yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
I think that if that were widespread, adopted in a widespread way by people, that it would probably lead to a lot of cultural decay and nihilism and breakdown of civil society.
That's about useful as opposed to true. We're talking about truth, not usefulness.
I think that it's more useful to say that freedom is a reality, and that we can participate in the formation of society with one another, be held accountable for our actions, have legal systems that actually achieve some semblance of justice, and so on. And I think we need a cosmology wherein it's possible to take our own freedom seriously, not as just a word game, not as a qualified word game, but as a real actor in the world. And in order to take my human freedom seriously, I don't want to be a dualist. I think dualism is incoherent. I want to be able to justify the reality of human freedom in the context of a universe that could have given rise to it. And I don't understand how a merely material universe could have given rise to sentience or consciousness or freedom.
How is this any different than a Christian saying something like, I don't want to live in a world that isn't created by God, where, you know, there's not a divine plan and I'm not going to get to go to heaven? Like, it sounds like wishful thinking. Like, it doesn't sound like you're being, like, critical and trying to falsify your view. It sounds like you're saying that I want to believe this, so that way I can think about things like this, because I think that that's useful. And that's a different thing than making a claim that you know something is true because you have a rigorous epistemology to try and back up your claims.
I'm trying to justify the possibility of civilized human life. And part of justifying it means is coming up with a scientifically grounded, I hope, cosmological context within which human civilized life makes sense. If, you know, so it really matters how we describe the universe. And I think the Christian way of describing the universe, based on some denial of death and wish for an afterlife, is not actually conducive to civilized life.
Sure, it's problematic, but how is your view more grounded and true?
Well,
not just useful.
Because I think the best account we can give of the scientific evidence that we have accumulated is that the universe is an organic evolutionary process that has aim and value built into it, such that the whole point is the achievement of value. And I think, yes, that...
Okay, so teleology and acquiring an ideal teleology is not what he's saying an ideal teleology, but he's just saying a deterministic teleology. And I ultimately accept that as kind of a confessional to the idea that all of my thoughts are also predetermined and all of my actions are predetermined, but that I live within a node that most often feels as if it's making choices. Something to that effect. And yet, based on my experience of feeling possessed and dominated with a greater type of mind mind frame of interpretation than the average, I was able to extrapolate pattern recognition through multiple sensory datum and come to an empirical connection. down the road, far away, something that I believe, like, I guess I could say that it wasn't calling me, but that I had this possession and then just merely bumped into yet another alien or other dimensional entity that just happened to be crossing my path. So I do make a presumption that whatever this intelligence yield was to me was purposeful. Was it determined that I open my mind this way, that I think differently, that I change my theology? I would say that because I reached a non-deniable status relative to the phenomena that I call greater than me and eclipsing me, such that I'm subject to it, a type kind of God, a type kind of greater power that qualifies, if not of human origin, as it qualifies to me as a non-omni God or entity than me. Hence, I might call it a lord, like it lorded over me. And I figured it was just kind of like a big blowfish trying to uproot some of the bacteria on one of these pebbles inside of the aquarium. Jesus, I'm going on 5 hours. I can't believe it. Thank God I had these smoke breaks. Okay, we're going to finish this thing up. I'm going to try not to interrupt
That's
anymore.
an assertion, but so is the assertion that it's just matter, obeying blind mechanical laws. That's an assertion. You know, we can create models, and the history of science is the process of the creation of models that are mechanical and deterministic, and we test those, but
I think you're kind of retreating into relativism and creating a flatland here where you're just like, everybody's making assertions. It's like, no, these people over here are qualifying all their terms and like making a nuanced argument that's supported in sound, and you're not. Like, you're just asserting it. And then when I ask you, how do you justify agency all the way down and back? You say, well, I like it. Because it seems like it's coherent with how I like to think about things. But I'm asking you, like, is there a way that you could be proven wrong? Is there a way that you could be falsified? What would that take? Like, and do you think that, yeah, I mean, like, do you think that's good enough? Like, as in terms of like
an academic?
I think the proof against my position would be that human civilization continues to spiral into a dystopian nightmare, where we're more and more controlled by media technologies and less human as we used to think of ourselves. I think.
So on your view, evolution and humanity have to be going somewhere and continue to be going somewhere. And if like we're, for example, like on a collision course with the Andromeda galaxy, and that this is actually, the second law of thermodynamics is actually true. This is just a tiny little pocket where complexity and evolution is happening for a little while until that's done too, and then it all winds down. Like, that debunks your view then, yeah, if that's the case?
No, not necessarily. I mean, it could be that the depth of meaning and conscious life that's achieved in this on this planet is, even if it's a tragic form of beauty that is achieved, it still has cosmic significance, I would say, in a way that's not the sort of significance a Christian gets from their afterlife, but the sort of significance that I would want to postulate would be that we get to contribute in some way to an evolutionary process. And, you know, I don't deny the second law of thermodynamics. I don't deny that even if human beings get their act together and are able to steer clear of the iceberg, I don't deny that, you know, eventually the sun's gonna run out of atomic fuel and expand. And
so in what sense is the dystopia a falsification? I don't understand.
Well, because I think the way that value accretes in the history of the universe isn't necessarily just about how long we continue. You know, there's a level of
from the
value that can be achieved in a form of beauty that can be achieved, that even if we pass away, I think there's still value in the achievement. And
To who?
The one that
Well,
can
this is
interpret it
where
that way.
Whitehead's process theology comes into the picture, and you could say that this is wishful thinking and psychologize it, but I think there are cosmological grounds for
little knight in
having some
shining
concept
armor.
of God that does some work, some explanatory work. It's not a transcendent designer God in Whitehead's case.
But I wouldn't even necessarily have to go to the psychological thing and say that it's just wishful thinking. I think it's circular reasoning, and it's unfounded. It has no attempt at falsifying itself.
From a rational perspective, trans-rational thought could appear to be irrational. So I get the pre-trans fallacy, but it works both ways. So when we talk about God in a trans-rational way, the rational person is going to mistake it for creationism.
Yeah, but you're not qualifying your terms in a way that cash out with reality. So it's not like valid poetry that it's not like I'm saying, oh, I'm talking about agency, but really I'm talking about energy. No, you are making a literal rational claim about agency. This isn't trans-rational poetry. This is a literal fact claim that you're making about the nature of reality. Yeah, and so you have to back that up reasonably. You can't just retreat into poetry. Like poetry, if it doesn't cash out in a way that shows to be like in a way that means something, then it's not really poetry. It's just nonsense and word salad, right? Like, I mean, you would agree with that, right? Like, if my poetry doesn't cash out, then I'm just over here saying shit.
Yeah. So Whitehead has a critique of romantic poetry. Because poets like John Keats and Wordsworth, to some extent, like they didn't take science seriously enough.
Atheism was my claim.
Like John Keats was really upset
might have been a latent attitude.
Physicists for unweaving the rainbow, and like, how dare you quantify this
for the most part, I was
natural
atheist
world that we inhabit and
until the phenomena started happening. There was no
mere poetry doesn't help us explain the nature of reality. However, there's another way of reading the Romantics, and Whitehead goes here actually as well when he's done critiquing them, to say that, look,
and the subsequent events
when we do science, we're looking for an account of the world that is satisfying to our intellect, it's satisfying to our sensory experience, and that in some way is satisfying to our need for justification. Justification that the world makes sense and that we exist for a reason. And so
that's sanctimonious.
When we're doing science, every science has its own jargon that you need to be initiated into and become a member of the community of the adequate to even begin to do that.
But that stuff is cashed out and like qualified reasonably. Like science is doing poetry. It is using poetry, but it's
qualifies not poetry, it's math. I mean, I'm
math
saying
is poetry too, because it's just human symbolism. But it's symbols to try and talk about things. So I mean, the question is, do your symbols cash out? Like 1 means something, 2 means something, 3 means something, equals means something. Like all of those things have a specific definition. Well, and then at the end, there's a proof where it's like, if this symbol means 1 and this symbol means 1 and 1 plus 1, if all those symbols mean something, then it equals 2, which means something. But if we change the value of the symbol 1, then it wouldn't equal 2 anymore. So it's like it has to
Whitehead and
be qualified.
Whitehead and Bertrand Russell worked together on the Principia Mathematica in the first decade of the 20th century, and they tried to prove over the course of 500 pages that 1 plus 1 equals 2. They wanted to really show why that is the case, and they couldn't do it, actually. So math, as clear and precise as it can be, is not that easy, actually, to ground. Mathematics, they tried to logically ground it. It couldn't be done.
I agree with Matt here, meaning you have to accept a tautology of the static declaration of a function before the function is used as a variable, or the variable for a function has to be fixed and stated as such and be identical to that which is its subclass. So you got the class of all cases, and then you got the concept class of all concept cases. And then if the concept class, which by virtue is supposed to remain imaginative, hierarchically excluded from being a class in itself or a member of a class in itself, which it can't be, then one must necessarily just grant over something to a class concept, right? Or the element that is outside of the class to which it's trying to make a relation. One might find a grammatical workaround there, but really it's just a matter of accepting this base premise and going from there. And that is the basis of the Russell's problems with Frege and the dilemma of Russell's paradox found within Frege, and Frege doing his best to try to ground the math with logic as a meta for the math, reducing all math to a type form of logic that it should be grounded that way. But then you run into problems with set theory and naive set theory and the sort there, which run also into lots of paradoxes.
It couldn't be done, and then Gödel came along later and logically proved that it couldn't be done. So there's a way in which this, I'm not saying logic and math aren't really important tools, but they have limits themselves. And what I am searching for in the context of cosmology is, yes, to be scientifically literate. And, I really love science. I want to learn as much as I can. I respect it deeply. I don't always agree with the way that scientists popularize their own work, but what I'm really looking for here is not just a scientific description.
That's so fun, though.
I want to find a way of, again, justifying the civilized phases of human existence. How is it that we came to be conscious human beings with science and morality and democracy and all these things we value? What must the universe be such that we could emerge out of it? And what kind of account can we give? And what kind of story can we give? What kind of poetry can we articulate that will allow us to make sense of our existence here meaningfully as a description, but also as a prescription, so that we feel like we belong here and like we have something to contribute to this process?
Here.
Yeah, but when I ask you about how you know about that, and then I ask you to qualify it, instead of demonstrating that you can justify it reasonably, instead you say things like laws of science are more like theology, and there's science is limited and math is limited, and then so it's like you talk about the limits of these things, and you say that they're they're partial, but then you don't
the limit is
then you just go on to then say, well, I like this, and then it really just seems like you have a house of cards, because I could try to create a simulation of reality in a computer or something like that, and I could try to figure out how to make gravity work or something like that. I could get tweak my own physics engine or something like that, and I could tweak all the parameters so that way it does what I want it to do. But just because I've built a system over here that does what I want it to do doesn't mean that it actually maps to reality. You would have to test it and see if it maps to reality. And that's what I see you not doing. I see you saying that it's this way, postulating that it's this way, saying and then when I say it's just an assumption, you're just saying that, and then you go, well, everything's just an assumption. It's like you have to create a flatland of value to be able to justify your belief. You have to bring science down a peg down here and almost kind of act like it's like a type of theology, or that it's biased in all of these ways. And I feel like you even did this thing where you point to the Planck scale of reality, and you're like, oh, but now we have quantum physics and stuff. So it's now all the most well-founded and well-understood and set-in-stone science gets put into this kind of questionable position like, well, maybe it's not actually, maybe we don't actually know all the things that we think that we know, because some of our least established science, like, supposedly proves it wrong. And it's like,
What's established? Quantum theory?
Yeah, I mean, like,
it's the most well-established predictive model that scientists have ever come up with. It's been around for 100 years.
There's that quote that if you think that you understand quantum theory, you don't understand quantum theory, and I think it's also wrong to think that it contradicts the levels of reality. Like, just because the things work different at a lower scale of reality doesn't negate the fact that they work different at another. So I almost feel like this idea that there needs to be like a unified theory, or that one negates the other, is like starting from a wrong place anyways. Like, who says there needs to be a unified theory, or who says that one negates the other?
Natural science is totally predicated on the idea that there's a unity to nature. If there's no unity to nature and its laws or its habits, then there's no way to mathematically engage in measuring physical phenomena and arrive at a theory. So there has to be unity. That's a presupposition of science.
It doesn't negate the unity. It just means that different things work different on different levels. Just because there's not a unified principle that governs every level of reality doesn't mean that there's not a unity.
Science is the search for the unifying principle.
Okay.
Yeah, always. I mean, that's just what science is looking for.
I mean, I thought you said earlier that science was about trying to understand what's actually going on.
Well, yeah. Yeah, but science is searching for a systematic explanation of things.
Well, to the extent to which it's like that, it wants to pre-assume that what's going on is that there should be a set of laws or principles that works across all domains. I would say that is probably going too far. There's not necessarily a reason to think that. But maybe that's a different topic. I guess my main point here is that I feel like you end up kind of relativizing science and like a lot of our knowledge, and like trying to like bring it down a peg, as if it's on a level of assertion and the lack of security to kind of justify the lack of groundedness of your own ideas.
Yeah, not at all. I'm not trying to relativize science at all. I take science very seriously. Neither one of us tonight is doing science. We're doing metaphysics and philosophy. And in that domain, unfortunately, we don't have the same experimental method that scientists have. We're dealing with general ideas and categories and logic and dialectic, and trying to make sense of what science has revealed.
Well, logic and science are the testing grounds of philosophy. Okay, like if you can't prove your idea about agency going all the way down and back with science, can you justify this poetry logically?
I mean, I've been trying to do that all night. I don't think logical proof is a high standard. That most logical proofs, things that you can prove logically, they're pretty trivial.
Well, it starts there. You'd have to actually test it. But I mean, if it doesn't pass the standard of logic, then you don't have a coherent idea to even try to test.
Well, really, by questioning emergence, I'm seeking logical consistency. That's my argument against emergence, is that I don't understand the logical pathway where you get from particles in motion to beings with emotion. Like, I don't see the logical pathway from one to the other. So that's why I question emergence, because I find it logically incoherent.
Okay, well, I'm saying that's fine that you think that. I'm wondering, though, what about your view? Is your view logically coherent? Okay, how is it justified? Like, logically or with science? Like, how have you at all figured out a way to take your map and prove that it touches reality?
By engaging with, as best as I can understand it, the most advanced physics and biology and psychology and
all that stuff seems to agree with emergentism, though. Like, doesn't it?
I don't deny that higher orders of complexity emerge over the course of evolution. I don't think that there's any biologist or any neuroscientist or any physicist that's given an account for how consciousness can emerge from the stuff that they study.
Right, because if it's interior stuff and we're talking about subjectivity and relative programming, that's not something that you can just measure objectively. Those are not objective things. Those are subjective and intersubjective things. And so this idea that you think, or even the suggestion that until we have the objective proof for subjective and intersubjective things, that we don't know what's going on. It's like putting an unreasonable standard for validation on there, because it's impossible to objectively measure subjective and intersubjective things.
How we doing, Bruce?
Yeah, how we doing, Bruce?
I think we're probably at a time of reaching the viewer's limit of endurance.
I feel them.
Yeah, it's been a great talk. I feel like there's actually probably more that needs to come. I would be personally interested, and I'm a moderator supposed to be neutral, but I would be personally interested in how David would actually be able to stand up to the same barrage of questions. I think it would end up most likely in metaphysical assertion as well, because there are no demonstrated empirical proofs of the emergence of consciousness yet. So I think it would be interesting to maybe take
I'll
it.
cross-examine David next.
Yeah. So I think
when I put forward my Roundup emergentist case, I'm going to be inviting all takers. So I guess we'll get there.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, that'd be great. And I think you've done, I think, a wonderful job, basically really probing each other's perspectives and laying out a lot of rich territory for everybody to think about. So I appreciate that, and I think it's a good start to hopefully a longer dialogue and exploration.
I liked it a lot.
Excellent. Thanks again, Matthew, for coming in and for stepping up and holding your ground, and I really appreciate that.
Quit at
Thank you
5
as well,
hours
Bruce,
for going
hosting.
batty.
Yeah, likewise,
So-
David. I appreciate you, and thanks, Bruce.
Nanu, and to Matt, and to David Long, and even the guy, and the 3 people that were watching me, and their forth, and so forth, and so on. I hope you heard my explanation apropos what's new. And that being said, Valon Dux Velko, or in Vampire, I believe you're welcome. Cheers. Out.